Welcome! Welcome to the first stream of 2024. So, let's see if everything still works after the new year. And we have a new project for the new year. So, basically, I have a gaming PC since 8 years, which is quite a long time. I built in 2015, so almost 9, I guess, by now. And yeah, I figured it's time for something new. Kind of started to struggle a bit with like games and yeah. So we built a new one, but of course there needs to be something 3D printed in there. And actually, like, there's still like quite a couple of 3D printed parts in my old PC. Actually, like, once we're done with this thing, I still have to like refurbish my old PC because I want to sell it. So you also see that it's actually quite a cool machine, despite it being quite old. And yeah, but now from a couple of printed parts to fully printed. You actually see it on screen. Kind of want to show that first, but yeah, just maybe it's good to see what we're building. I designed it over Christmas, so it's fully printed. There's nothing not printed except for like screws and stuff, of course. And it can be all printed on an Ender 3. I also tried to make this like as a manual-ish live stream. So I will publish the files once we're done. It's still kind of like work in progress. I'm not sure if everything fits together. But once I'm done, I will publish that. And in case some crazy person wants to build that, the idea is that this stream is kind of like a manual to how to build it. Yeah, but that's basically what we're building. So it is roughly like 20 by 20 centimeters as like the ground area, and it's like 40-ish centimeters high. So it's quite compact. It's of course a mini ITX system. Hi there, Jan. Only audio on left channel. Thank you. I know why. Let me see. Okay, now it should be stereo, hopefully. Let me quickly see. I should also see it in the audio mixer. Yes, now we are full stereo. Amazing technology. I used the microphone for something else over the holidays. And there's like a mode where basically one channel is much quieter than the other. So in case like you have like audio clipping, you can recover from the second channel. Hi there, Rivonic. Yeah. Where were we? Yeah, Fusion. So basically, mini ITX system, fully printed. So basically the idea is, I have those, I call them sheets around, but then there's like a layer below, which is like quite open. And this like white section is put on top of like the inner skeleton. My naming can be improved. So it's basically, this is the innermost part. And you basically see like all the hardware is mounted to that. And to keep everything stable, like this center section here is like what holds everything together. And to keep that stable, there's actually like a M3, I think the English term is M3 rod, like going from top to bottom all the way through. So there's like two printed pieces basically. They're supported by this like 2 screws going from top to bottom, so it's actually like quite stable. I did some test fittings with it, and it's quite stable. And yeah, the GPU is basically, that's not the GPU we're using. I was just like looking for like random 3D models of like PC components that I can model the stuff around. So the GPU is mounted to the bottom here, of course, and then we need to see if that works out. But my idea was to have like those clips here to kind of like fixate it on top. That's like just more stable. And yeah, then we use a riser cable because usually the GPU obviously would go here, right? So we use a riser cable to have the GPU around here. So basically the riser cable is this. So it's just a PCI cable basically. Yeah, let's see if it works. I never used one, but technically they're quite common in like small form factor builds. So yeah, And then just to round the tour off of what we're doing. And so on the other side, we have the mainboard, of course, with low profile CPU cooler. The RAM sticks go here, and the power supply sits on top. And that is kind of like the full thing. We need to see, like, once we put everything together. So if we put on this like cover, you, by the way, see also, like, here we have this vertical M3 rods to stabilize everything. And I have mounting points for fans here. So depending how that all goes down, we can add some more fans. And speaking of fans, here, I actually have them here. So technically there's space for 2 fans. We need to see, like, once everything is put together and like the real GPU is in there, how much space is there, and does it make sense to have those fans? I was also considering just having like a fan shroud basically put over the GPU and kind of like flush against the panel that the GPU only pulls fresh air from outside. But yeah, the star of the show is on top. So there's one massive fan sitting on top here that basically just pulls air through the entire thing. And it's kind of like the cooling concept. So the idea is basically that the CPU cooler and the GPU pull air from the side in. Like, the GPU cooler definitely will get a shroud that it can only pull fresh air in. And then the big fan sucks everything up. That's kind of like my concept. Let's see how it works out. I'm a bit concerned regarding the plastic because, like, it can get quite toasty, I guess. Like, it's not a super high-end system, but still can get toasty. So this is all printed in PETG, actually. I did some experiments with ABS, but the large parts were quite painful to print in ABS. Like, I gave up quite quickly because I don't have an enclosed printer that can print ABS. So it's, yeah, quite a pain. So PETG it is. The print quality on the white parts is horrific. The PETG was quite wet, and I couldn't get it to dry whatsoever. So it looks a bit rough. But the white parts are mostly not visible later on. Like, the top part looks fine and the side parts look fine, and yeah, let me quickly show that we get out of the way. So this looks really rough. It's like one of the better pieces, actually. I had a couple of problems with that. Like, PETG is quite flexible. And I printed them in this orientation at some point. Like, it was just like this started to wiggle just from the bed movement, and like you got like layer shifts, and like the material was wet, and it's like, yeah, that was not pretty. I consider reprinting them once I see everything fits together. But they work for now, and okay, fine. Cool. Yeah. So this is all the case parts. Just for demonstration, this is like the front cover. I sanded it down and added filler. I only printed the rear side so far. I didn't have time yet to print the front, but I'm pretty sure we won't get to that today. And then you saw it in Fusion, like this, my idea is to give this like a wood optic. And you can get this out there. The idea is to use this film, this foil, cover this in wood. And I think it will look quite cool. Like, I like this. I know this won't be everyone's cup of tea, but I like it. And this foil is available in like a lot of different colors and patterns, and like carbon fiber look, and stone and whatnot, metal. But technically you can also just paint that or just leave it bare, right? Like just as it's printing. But yeah, for me, I will want to do wood. And this will then look later like this. It's like my demonstrator for the power button. So this is how it will later look like. You see there's like a little bit of like some uneven surface there. I didn't sand the piece down, but this is how it will later look. And actually, like, it feels also really nice. Like, it has a bit of like a texture, and it's clicking. And yeah, so on the back side I will add LEDs for the power thingy, and you see like there's a transparent PETG inside. So let's see. So that's the idea. Maybe let's go quickly over like the hardware part, and then let's get started to build. My goal for today is to make it post. Let's just take this entire thing, like we will look at the printed parts as we go, I guess. Just like really quick look on the hardware, like it's nothing fancy. It's very basic. So the heart of the entire thing is a Ryzen 5 7600X. So newest generation, but like lowest tier. That's enough for me. 32 gigabytes of DDR5 memory, 6000 megahertz, megatransfers, how is it called by now? But the timings are quite low, so it's a CL30, so that should be nice. I have some random 2 terabyte SSD. We already looked at the riser cable, we will need it later, I hope it works. And this is the big fan for the top. It's a fractal design fan, like they use them in some of their cases. It's quite massive. It has LEDs, and my idea is like this will later be basically like this more or less. And my idea is like that the LEDs kind of like light up the white parts a bit. Let's see how that works out. So that's this small box here with all the random bits and pieces. And for the big parts, that's the main board. AM5 main boards are quite a pain. So I spent way more on the main board than on, like the main board was more expensive than the CPU, which is a bit ironic. But yeah, it is what it is. It's a cool main board. Okay. We'll use it in a second, so I'm not getting it out yet, but that should be cool. The power supply, the mini SFX unit, Corsair. It's a bit like the overpowered, but the lower wattage versions weren't available, and from the reviews, it's a really good unit. So there we go. And the graphics card, it's RX 7800 XT. So that's my hardware. The graphics card, I'm a bit concerned. I was kind of like torn between the 4070 and this one, because 4070 uses significantly less power, which in my mind would also mean less heat. So for like my plastic case, maybe less heat would have been good, but here we go. That works, pretty sure. Most likely we'll actually undervolt all the components later, like in some stream down the road. I plan to do like a couple of streams until everything is done, because we will have like custom RGB LEDs, of course, right? We will have, I think about making custom cables. We need to do the wood look thingy, so there's plenty of work. Oh yeah, and there's like, I didn't actually buy the parts yet for that. But because the main board is oriented to the bottom, right? All the plugs or the connectors are on the bottom. There's like a, let's see. There's like a custom back panel here with keystone connectors. So we will have to build this as well. So this will be fun. Lots of custom things. But yeah, I didn't have the parts yet for that. Because like buying the keystones and cables, it gets quite expensive quite quickly. Like this is like 50 euros of just like random cables. So the first one to see that the case works before like spending the extra money on ordering those. Cool. I guess. Let's start. To be honest, I have no clue in which order to build that. It will be like a bit random. I know how everything goes together, but we need to do it. Also, just as a disclaimer, like some parts already have heatset inserts in them. Like for example, here I already added them because I did some test fits. Most are missing, so we will have to add quite a lot. I think in total it will be like at least 50-60 heatset inserts, and everything is built around M3x8 screws, so we will also need a healthy dose of those. Okay, so basically let's just pop in all the heatset inserts first. There's like plenty on the back, and then as I mentioned, basically, we have those like, it's basically just a super long M3 screw that goes from top to bottom. I left them like quite a bit too long. We need to cut them to size later. But they basically, that's how they go in here, and they hold everything together. So it's really hard for it to like bend as well. And I also feel like we need to find more heatsink inserts. I bought a full new pack. Ah. Here we go. We will need those. Okay, let's get started. Like, I'm actually quite excited for that. Like, I was planning this for like a couple of weeks now, and I kind of had the parts printed over the last couple of weeks, and I really wanted to like test out how everything fits together, but I also want to put it together on stream. So it was a bit of like a hard time for me to resist. I actually also like those are not the kind of final part. Like I already modified some of them. So for example here, we will have to use those like little spacers for the main board. And the parts in Fusion at the moment already have like a proper like spacer built into the part. So things like this will be like a bit different if you decide to build that on your own for some reason. Like, to be honest, I'm not sure if I would advise printing and building this. Because like the parts costs for this case are like not super expensive, but it's like 1.5, like in an ideal world where you don't have failed prints and everything worked on first try, you have like 1.3-ish kilograms of filament. I think it's more like 1.5. Actually, let me quickly show it. This is like my Orca slicer project. So this is how everything looks sliced. Like it's kind of cut off here. That's just Orca. This is not how the part looks. Wait, if I turn it, yep. If I turn it, you see it. But yeah, this is basically like all the parts you need to print. So you see here, those are the side panel. This is the top part. This is the bottom part. This is the two pieces we're working on, and these are the like the vertical parts are side panels. And if I slice all, give it a second. By the way, I printed everything in 0.6 millimeters and with 0.28 millimeter layer height. And I think the print time was quite okay. Like the larger parts print like 8 hours or something. But it's actually like surprisingly okay. I'm still not done. Like I still have to print the front panels. Let's see. Okay, this takes longer than I expected. But it's actually like I really love the Orca slicer. The fact that you can have all those like different plates in here and just like have like a full project with all the parts is amazing. Yeah, like 1.4 kilograms of filament, and it says like 4 days of continuous printing, which nobody does. Like I think it took me like 2-ish weeks. But yeah, like for me, like the filament was free mostly. I think I needed like 1.8 or something in total now. But I had like the white spool of Patchy I had laying around. I really wanted to get rid of it. So that was like 600 grams I had from there. And then I got the gray here. This is actually Prussiament Patchy. And I got that from Printables. Like I uploaded all my makes of my prints and I got a free spool of Prussiament filament. And this is this gray here, which basically went all into, or mostly into this build. The screws we have here on the back are for this like stabilizer for the GPU. So we only need 2 of those 6. But I just wanted to give like a bit of options for different GPUs and GPU heights. And I'm also like not quite sure what mine needs because I don't have it in Fusion. I want to notice now, like those parts are a bit over extruded actually. Like you see, it's like when you push in the heatsink inserts, there's a bit of plastic coming around on the side. That's not too bad. All kind of flush. And I think that's the first part. We have the heatsink inserts on top. On the bottom here, we have the ones on top. Oh, we need one on the side. Oh. Let me give you like more overview. I tell you, like, there are a lot of heatsink inserts. Cool, so that's the top part. Let's quickly do the bottom. I think we only have on the front and the 2 on the side. Oh, and 4 on the bottom, which is used to mount that to the base. Let's actually start with the side ones. That was not smart. It's actually surprising how many people like design 3D printed PC cases. There are quite a number on printables. I mean, it's quite a bit of commitment. And like, oh yeah, I was talking about the costs, right? So, I mean, in the end, we will need 2 rolls of filament. I think patchy is like maybe, let's say like it's 25 euros per spool. So that means you're like at 50 euros just for the plastics. Then I mean, like the energy costs for printing depends a bit on your region, but I think for me it was like maybe 15 euros. It's way too high most likely, but like let's say like 50 euros for just the printing, like the energy. So then we are at 65 euros. The hardware is kind of, it's not a lot, right? Like you need like, let's say like you need 80 screws in total, mostly M3x8, very few M3x12. I think like 10 M3x12 or something, maybe 12 M3x12. So that's quite cheap. These are super cheap. Like you need like 3 meters of M3 rod. But 1 meter is like, I've seen them as cheap as €1 per meter. So they're like really cheap. But let's say like you need 10 euros worth of like hardware with the heatsink insert, whatever. So you're 65, let's say 75 euros. And then the expensive part really is like this like custom back panel, but you can omit it technically, right? You can just plug everything in on the bottom on the main board and then just call it a day. So the cost for that is, oh, what's that? Oh, this is weird. This came fresh out of the box and has like some gunk inside. I have no clue what this is. Let's just put it to the side. But yeah, so it's somewhere then from 75 euros, and if you get all the like cables and stuff, the keystones for the back, it will be like 110. So at 110, like it's not cheap to build this. And to be honest, I don't think it's like a good value. Like it's fun. So I don't think I have regrets yet. Let me pay attention to not break that. It's a bit. Yeah, here I had like a printing, like I didn't pay attention. This printed like in mid-air. So for that, like it went quite well, to be honest. Like it was printed like this. So this like was completely unsupported. And for that, like, you can't complain. Like, I didn't want to reprint that, but you will find things like this on those parts. Like, it's really just like a beta, right? Like, it's just a prototype. Not everything is perfect. Okay, so I think all the heatset inserts are in, so we can put that together. So basically, there are two screws here on the bottom that, yeah, just hold it together a bit, but they're not really like structural, I would say. Oh, would help to put it in the right orientation. Yeah, not really structural, they're just like, yeah, just to keep it a little bit like more together, but I'm pretty sure it would have been fine without them. Okay, so that's kind of like, I mean, it's already somewhat stable, but it's quite loose though. But now the trick is that we insert those rods here, and they just slip through. And now on top they go into this like threaded insert. Now I just have to twist them. And it will be like quite a pain for multiple parts of the build. Let me actually get my tools. That sometimes helps. So the thing is, like, you kind of have to grab it with a plier to like turn it. So it's a bit nasty. And this obviously damages the threads. So you need to be a bit careful. Okay. I think our heat insert is a bit misaligned, like it's tweaking a bit. Okay, now it's coming out on top. Okay, so let me actually just grab it here. So on top we need to have it sticking out a bit. It needs to stick out for like, actually not a lot, just like a couple millimeters. Because this will hook into the top part of the case. So when the case is fully assembled, this is also supported on top. So it's actually these parts on top, and you see like all the holes, and it's basically plugs in like this. Other way around, like this. So this is then basically on the bottom screwed down, and on top it's kind of like locked in here. So it's quite actually like super stable in the end. So the only thing we need to do is we need to quickly actually, you know what we should do? Give me a second. I'm right back. This makes our life a bit easier. So if we just okay. So as I mentioned, like I left them quite a lot too long. So on the bottom, this needs to be not, yeah, a little bit less than flush. On top, we need like this much. So I cut them a bit too long. So basically what we can do is I just use this screw cutter here. Let's just do it like this. I know it's short. You need this tool, more or less. Like if you want to cut them, like you can do it with a saw, but it's like quite a pain. Cool. So somewhere I have a couple of washers and nuts. From the bottom, we just put a washer, and then we just put a nut on top, just like a normal hex nut. And they're a bit annoying to fiddle on because the cut thread is not super nice on the end. Let's see. Oh. Oh, I forgot to put out the tool. Because this was designed. It's not straight on, so we need to... Yeah. So fiddling on those nuts will be a bit painful. Let me quickly grab something. 1 second. Okay, so the idea was to use, actually not quite sure what size we need. Try. This is too small. This is too small. Yeah, this fits. The idea was to use this thingy, which is like for a wrench, torque wrench, to turn the nuts in here. We kind of need to get it on straight. Okay, this is a bit challenging. Let's see. Maybe we are already stuck at this part of the build. Unable to add a nut. Okay, let's quickly try the other side. Just push it in. And just use the drill right away. And now actually, you know what we do? We are smart people. We now put on the nuts while it's out. And we just pull it through. So I did test that it works. Let's just give this like give this a bit of love. This is really weird. I was testing it. Like not this specifically. Oh, now it's on. Yeah, it's just until it's like over the thing. So let's just see. I guess something like this. Now we can on the other side just kind of pull it. Yeah, something like this. And then in a second we can tighten it. But now it's in. Maybe I wonder if we can do the same here. It's just a bit challenging because we cut it already. Let's be careful with that. Okay, let's see if we can now get it on. I'm also missing a washer. Quickly grab one of those. We will need a couple of those. And M3 nuts we have here. Now let's just grab like a healthy amount of those. So let's see if we can get this nut on. Definitely helps that it's like standing out a bit more, but I think this was the trick. Think now it's on? Yeah, here we go. Okay, that was annoying, but we managed. Now I just have to do the reverse. So I think like adding the washer first definitely is smart. You can fold it in. Perfect. So that's it. Now what we can do basically is like we grab the rod on top. That's like not twisting, and then we can tighten this a bit down here, but we don't have to go too crazy. Actually, we can just use, let me just use this. Yeah, it's already plenty. Let's do the same here. So we grab it on top, and then we can just tighten it. I really don't overdo it. Hand tie is plenty. See one of those. Cool. Let's quickly cut this. By the way, I'm using the M3.5 cutter here, so it's a bit too coarse, which doesn't give like good threads, I guess, but with the M3 cutter, you have to like thread in the tool. Yeah. For those, it doesn't really matter. Okay, cool. That's the first piece assembled. Yeah, nice. Cool. Then I think what we can do now, we can now add the hardware to this. So this would be the power supply and the mainboard. Let's just do the mainboard first. So I guess we can have some like unboxing in line. Here we go. So it's a ROG Strix B650EI gaming Wi-Fi. I want to spend a bit more on the power on the mainboard. Because I will keep this PC again for like at least 5 years, potentially longer. And my hope is that a better mainboard like allows me to drop in like a newer CPU at some point. Oh, cable ties, very nice. Let's see what else do we have here. Oh yeah, there's a thermal pad for the SSD. I'm not sure if we need that. I have no clue what this is. Some cable. We have the Wi-Fi antenna. We don't need data. Keyring, it's very essential. A very small thing, I have no clue. But I don't think we need anything from in here. And there's a single screw. Let's see. So I don't think we need anything from here for now. Alright. Let's go together. This one. Cool. Here it is. It looks very nice. I think it's the most expensive mainboard I ever bought, like by far. Bit overkill to be honest, but hopefully it holds, or like it's good for some time. So let's just throw it on here and then just connect everything when it's on, I think. Because we can access everything, so it should be fine. Yeah, horrible print quality. Like also the pushament got super wet at the end, and like no matter, I think my filament dryer is just really horrible. Like I have the Sunlu S1, like it's like very old model, and it's really not that good. I can say that. So let's just see. We kind of have to fiddle those standoffs on. Oh yeah, exactly. And because I use the standoffs, so basically like the quote-unquote final part has like the standoffs included in the base print here, so the threaded inserts are a bit higher. But because we are now adding the standoffs, we need like longer screws than the M3x8. So it's like barely enough. Actually got like just a box with M3 socket head screws. Let's just quickly see what we need here, but I would guess like M3x12 it should be. Okay, let me just... This shouldn't be binding, but here we are. Yeah, I think it's good length. Yeah, it should be good. Oh, you don't see it. My bad, but it should be like a good length. Focus. So let's just use those. M3x12. Grab 3 more. Yeah, so basically, in the final thing, this would be like M3, and then everything would be M3x8, and everything would be fine. Might be a tad long, actually, now looking at this. Let's see. We try it, and then if it's too long, we swap them in for M3x10. Actually, I'm not sure if this is like... This one's definitely too long. This is like a 16. Is it? No, it's the same length. Let's quickly try. Let me just try to put in one. Yeah, I can tighten it down, so that's fine. So that length is fine. Okay, then let's put that in here. Yeah, those are definitely like not fitting very well, those standoffs. I mean, it's also good that they're not falling off here. It makes it a bit easier. Oh, that's definitely not the idea I had. Okay, and the last one. Do it the other direction, it's a bit easier. Okay, so now the moment of truth. Do all screws align how they should? This one goes in. The problem is like that it's right now sitting too high because of the screws. I'm just grabbing the standoff here. Okay, this is like the problem with the standoff right now. So basically it's like too high here to fit under that, and that's because the screw is kind of like sticking out here and the standoff is capturing the screw. So I quickly have to unscrew the standoff and then try to wiggle this in here. Okay, the hind one is now, this one is good. This one is good, we are getting there. I just have to grab this one again. Yeah, that's also good. Okay, this one is tight. This one is tight. This one is tight. And this one is tight. Cool. Our first part mounted. And the I/O panel actually fits quite well. Like I'm a bit concerned, like this one has like a I/O panel that's attached. But if you have like a normal I/O panel, I'm not quite sure it will clip nicely in place. Item which, what material have you printed this in? Yeah, exactly, patchy. By the way, I see that the chat on screen is like misaligned. Again. I thought we fixed that last time. Let me quickly see if I can fix it on the fly. Not sure if we can. Let's see, it's almost, give me another 5 seconds. Oh, there's another message from Revonic still hiding. Okay. Now it's kind of fixed, but a bit. Okay, good enough for today. Bit misaligned, but okay, cool. So yeah, it's patchy and it was an absolute pain to print. This will be like my first and last large patchy project. Like the stuff got wet all the time. Like the white one, I actually opened that for the switch wire build. So like not too long ago, and I had it in vacuum seal. It was still like wet, and I couldn't get it to dry. Really horrible. But yeah, as I mentioned, like maybe it's just my filament dryer is not really good. It's actually like a project I want to do in the future, like to upgrade my filament dryer with like extraction fan. Let's see if we do that, when we do that. But yeah, it was really wet, like you heard like popping sounds while I was printing. That was not ideal for sure. And so I had a lot of issues with stringing in the beginning. Like I have now retraction length. I printed this on a switch wire. My retraction length is like 14 millimeters. It's complete insanity. But yeah, I got it printed. Like those parts look actually like they look nice. The gray parts look quite nice. Minus like the things where my model had difficulties. But they look really nice. And I'm very proud actually. Let me show you. I'm very proud of my first layer. I just wanted to show off. Like this is like a very perfect, very nice first layer. It's very even. I worked quite a bit on the on the bed level for that. So yeah, cool. Let's throw some stuff in. Oh, we have a sticker. The sticker is important. Let's see if we get that installed without screwing up. This is my first AMD processor. It's quite heavy. Like this is definitely heavier than I expected. Let's seat it in. Oh, would make sense to have the latch on top. Here we are. Now it's a processor installed, a CPU installed. They look pretty cool, I have to admit. They look pretty cool. Let's just throw it in here. And at this point, I think I have to make an admission. The cooler I ordered is still stuck somewhere in some warehouse. So yesterday I ordered the cheapest cooler on Amazon. So you can build this today. This is like a €9 cooler. It's horrific. I'm pretty sure it won't like cool very well. It will be very noisy, but just for the sake of building this today, let's do that. The CPU actually has an eco mode, which reduces like the thermal power to like 65 watts, and I'm pretty sure this will handle 65 watts. I just saw like there's like something on the thermal paste. This is not from me, this was there already. Try to grab that. Okay. Let's see. So the fan header are here. I mean, it doesn't really matter. We will replace this like really soon. I think this only is just hooked into those hooks here. I don't think there's much we can do wrong. And there's not a lot of space here. And it's not quite long enough. Let's see. Oh. Yeah, now it's hooked. Is it? Yeah, it is. Let's just do 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. And this should be already plenty. Cool. So this should be installed. Let's see what header we can plug this in. This says AIO pump. This is chassis fan. So this is the CPU fan here. I'm just really like, I don't really care about this cable. We will replace it really soon, so let's just cramp that. Oh, zooming out instead of zooming in. So we just connected it here. So then the next thing we need is the SS. Now way too zoomed in. We get it right. SSD. So I'm not sure. I mean, it looks like it's just like those two screws. Here we go. Let me. This we also need in a second. Get our SSD. This is really the first PC I built in like a long time. And a lot of stuff has changed. Like the fact that you don't need any data SSDs or SATA cable anymore, and everything is just like on one board, more or less. Pretty cool. So I'm wondering now, because like we have this like thermal pad here, but this already feels like a thermal pad, to be honest. Let me actually quickly get this out again. Yeah, this is like a thermal pad. So let's quickly see. On the bottom, there's nothing. We have a thermal pad here, so that's good. So let's just see when we put on the heatsink, if that makes contact. If no, we add the thermal pad. If yes... Oh, there's a thermal pad already installed. This is spare. Okay. I was like, why does it stick? Let's see. Let me get the screws back aligned. Okay, let's just let me peek in from the side. So, oh, I also now see that we definitely need to screw down the SSD. I kind of expected this to be done by the heatsink, but oh. Yeah. Oh, that's nice. So there's like this little lever here. I'm sure I can show it. See, there's like this little lever. Now the SSD is loose. Now the SSD is tight. This is really cool. Oh, Ravonic, I completely missed your message. Just drill out the standoff. Yes, I could, but I don't have a drill handy. Like, I have the tool. I don't have the drill. But yeah, it's done. Oh. That's something I noticed, and this really concerns me. It was already before, like exactly if I touch this cable, like the HDMI signal is interrupted. And I fear that my micro HDMI port is starting to break on my camera. This would be massive, massive, massive bummer. Let me just tighten them somewhat. I'm not sure if this looks healthy. Like looking from the side, the SSD is kind of bending down if I like tighten those more. Like at the moment it's like super loose, but if I tighten them more, like the SSD kind of bends down. Down a bit. I'm not sure if I like that. I'm not sure if I like that. So you can see that properly. Like, see, like here is definitely like way more distance than here. Let's see. Well, let's just tighten that for now. I'm pretty sure it's okay to have like a little bit of like tension on that. It's kind of like the idea of the heatsink, right? So that should be fine. Okay. No, it's just tiny bit stretched down. That should be fine. Cool. Hi there, Jordy. So, I think the last part we need for the main board is the memory. So let's get those out. Let's quickly see which way do they align. I always do wrong. Try to close the lever. Looked like it was just the tip. The lever doesn't go further. If you mean the SSD lever, that's as far as it goes. Oh, no, you're right. Thank you. You're right. I'm hitting it all again. Thanks, Pascal. See, it's good to build stuff like that on stream so people pay attention when you don't. Let's see. So the lever? No, that's as far as it goes, I think. I think that's as far as it goes. Yeah, fear if I push more, I break it. Like this is as far as it goes. But it also should be enough, right? Like this is kind of the range of motion I have. From here till here. But I think now it's like more on than it used to be before, so it's good we checked. Let's quickly try that again. See? And yeah, that looks tight. It's really tight. It's kind of like the downside of the mini ATX boards, right? Like everything is like so packed. Huh? Why does that screw now doesn't want to go in nicely? Oh, I screwed it. Here we go. Okay. No, I'm so stupid. I tried to do it this way. It's this way, and yeah, that makes sense. It's nice how they make it impossible to install the wrong way. Okay, it's still like bending the SSD really hard. Like I'm not really happy with that. I guess like it needs to like create like pressure on the chips. I trust the system here. I trust the system. Okay, then memory. So which way do they go in? Definitely not this way. Like it's a bit annoying. It's like almost in the middle. Yeah, this looks the right way. The nice part is with the mini ITX boards, like you only have 2 slots, so there's nothing you can do wrong with like picking the wrong slots. Let's see, maybe I should have done the one behind first. Okay. 2 times installed. Locked and loaded. Cool. And this, so basically the cooler, this will be replaced. Like it's just like a placeholder. The one I ordered is this one. So I was looking for, it's like a China brand, but it seemingly is really good. So this is the cooler. It's super low profile. It's like 50 millimeters. And yeah, it's quite compact. It has like a good cooling capacity. And yeah, so I was looking at the Noctua stuff, of course, but the Noctua stuff is like a centimeter more. So having this, I thought, allowed me to have the fans on the other side. So let's see how it is. But yeah, it's at the moment in some warehouse. It should have been delivered this week, but it didn't arrive. So this is our placeholder. Cool. I think this is kind of it for that part, right? So what I would do next. Oh, by the way, so the riser cable in the end goes in here, and then like we have this like little cutout here on the side, and there's like a part that goes on top just to hold it in place. That's kind of like what we do later when we install the GPU. So I would say next up would be the power supply. What CPU are you using? I'm using Ryzen 7600X. It's definitely not a high-end machine. And yeah, for the cooler, I will run the CPU in eco mode, which limits the TDP to 65 watts until the proper cooler arrives. But yeah, we'll be fine. Worst case, it throttles, but not super concerned. GPU is a 7800 XT. 7800 XT, that way. Oh, and our teeny tiny power supply. Oh yeah, actually, oh, totally forgot. So I was test fitting that, and I noticed there's an issue here. So basically, I didn't consider this power plug here, and you see like it's kind of like interfering with the bottom part here. Like it's not a lot, like it's like 0.5 millimeter or something. So we have to like sand down this section here a bit to make the power supply fit. Nice, but I was just about to say, watch out for the amount of heat it will produce. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, the cooler that goes on here definitely can handle it. Like that should be fine. But yeah, so for the eco mode, I think it's fine. I mean, worst case, it turns off. But yeah, then also like what we will do later, I need to check whether we can do it on stream, but I want to undervolt everything. Just to keep it like nice and quiet. Just to keep everything nice and quiet. I'm just checking because I hear music that I usually don't hear. Which is not good. Yeah. There's this autoplay, like I'm using YouTube Music, and there's like a royalty-free music, which we're listening to right now. And sometimes, for some reason, it turns on the autoplay, and I forget to turn it off. And then like it plays random music, which is not royalty-free. So I hope for this one song we had luck. Yeah, but heat, that's definitely something I'm concerned with. But we also have this monstrosity that will go on top and pull out all the heat. And later, basically, like it will be like a square fan here. I will add a shroud so that the fan for CPU only pulls in fresh air from the outside. Same for the GPU, most likely. That's something we need to check out. Okay, so I think, yeah, roughly at that spot. Let me just take off like a millimeter. There's really not a lot that's missing there. Oh, it was a bit offset, but it's like deep enough. But it was a bit like now this fits. I just need to add like a little bit more here. I already fixed it in Fusion, so it's just like 0.5 millimeter deeper. Yeah, see, now it fits. That was all needed. Let's just do like a teeny tiny bit more here. Yeah, perfect. Cool. Okay, and we can use the same M3x8 screws. That one fits. That one fits. That one fits. I'm actually really happy that like all the screws so far fit where they needed to fit. I think it's not concerning me. Yeah, this is not an M3 thread. I'm gonna pull them not so hard, but like they're not properly grabbing here. Like the hole is in the right spot, but the screw doesn't grab. Like it's turning. But these are fixed. Let me quickly get this out again. Yeah, like here they... Let's quickly check. Oh, no, that's not M3. No, it's not. Uh-oh. Why is this not M3? Because it's definitely not M4. Is this some like weird ass Imperial system thing? Yes, I designed the case by myself. Okay, so we kind of have a problem because I only have metric screws. Like, why would that not be metric? Jordi, I can show you the Fusion files in a hot second. Let me quickly figure this screw thing out. So these are all the random ass screws I have. Let's see if we find something that fits. There's a lot of those screws here are PC screws. Oh yeah, this one is a hit. So this one, but it's a tad short. This one is also fit. Yeah, like there are lots of PC screws in here. Let's see. We just find some that needs to be a bit longer. This is for sure M3. Well, that sucks a bit. We can try this, but this is also looking more like M3. Yeah, that's M3. Like there's another one of those, but it's, yeah, these are too short to read. So they fit, but they're too short. This one's also too short. It's the same. This is something too big. If this fits, this fits. Okay, let me quickly, I have a screw set of my current case, of the Fentex case I have. And this is from the Fantex case. I know that. So let me quickly grab that, and there we will find the screws we need. Okay, let me quickly see where I put that without making a complete mess. Okay, I'll be right back. 1 second. Hi there, NP. Okay, so yeah, hi NP. Sorry for the brief thing. Funny live stream I didn't miss. Watched all your Enderwire build and most of your V0 Hey, thank you very much. Glad you like it. Now it's a bit different. Like no printer or like printed parts, but a bit different. Okay, so this is the goodie box that came with my Fantex. And there's a lot of stuff that I don't need anymore. And yeah, exactly. So we do have screws here. This is one of the ones we just tested. It's a bit long, but those thumb screws here, they should be what we need. So I'll just steal a couple of those. Oh, there's also cable ties, very nice. Let's see. Yeah, exactly, those fit. Now we have even thumb screws, so it's a clear upgrade. Right, let me actually quickly put this long one back, then it is where it belongs. Perfect. I am a bit annoyed that this is not metric. This is like bit frustrating, to be honest. So, let's get rid of these stupid metric screws that don't fit. Only thing is now most likely the holes are slightly too small because I, of course, yeah. So we have to drill out the holes a bit, but we need to be really careful. Yeah, okay. Let me quickly get drilled when we get there. Miss Beginning, is this a custom self-designed case? Yes. So you're now the second person to ask. So let's quickly look at my design, and then we drill the holes. So this is the Fusion file. Let me see if I get a mouse. Oh, I think the mouse is no more. Okay, no more battery. That's a shame. Yeah, so this is the design. So basically, we're kind of working on this center part here at the moment. Yeah. I get to the can. It's canvas magic. So that's basically the setup part. So we are working here on this section here, right? So the yellow part is the power supply. These are the nasty screw holes we have, and you see like there's not a lot of like stuff around, so we need to be really careful drilling those out. And then basically like this vertical part, and using fusion with trackpad is not fun. I can tell you that. So the vertical part we're working on now. And on the other side, we have this GPU section here with the GPU mounted. And then yeah, I have this like mounting retention thingy stabilizer to kind of hold the GPU a bit in place. Let's see if that works. I'm a bit skeptical. And yeah, the GPU then basically has a riser cable to connect the PCI with the PCI on the board. And then on the bottom, we do have CAN bus 4 times. So the idea is basically because the main board faces downward, it's a bit annoying to use, right? But it's like, I like the layout. So my idea was to just have this keystone thingies here. So it's like 4 keystones. I will have 1 USB-A, 1 USB-C, 1 HDMI, and 1 Ethernet. These are the 4 I will put there. No CAN bus, unfortunately. I'm very sorry. And then power plug, of course. And then there's like a little bit of gap like for random cables if I need something to pass through. But it's kind of the idea. But we will build this like later. And I was looking for like, I tried to use like 3D models of the parts I'm using to build this, so I'm sure everything fits. And the only keystone 3D model I found was CAN bus. So now we have a CAN bus keystone here. That's basically how it looks in from the bottom, right? So the GPU is here, the main board, and then basically we'll just have cables from the keystone to the HDMI port of the GPU and to the stuff here. So yeah, I mean, like, it doesn't really matter what like kind of port is on there, right? The keystone has always the same size, so I didn't mind, and then now I have 4 CAN bus. But yeah, this is kind of what we do today. And then on top of that comes that, I call it cover. It's just slid on top, and on top it has like those 2 fan mounts here, and then like one big fan on top sucking out all the hot air. And around that we have, I call them sheets. They just clip to the front and back, and they will be in wood optic. It's obviously 3D printed. But what I have is, where is it? This is the power button. And I have this wood optic, like PVC foil. And it's just like wrapped around basically, and we will cover the front panel with like the 2 front and back panels with that stuff. So I didn't want it to look like a PC case, so I wanted to throw on some wood, which matches my interior here a bit. But yeah, so basically if somebody wants to build that, there are so many like different like patterns and like things for that, so it's really versatile. But you also can just leave it like printed bare bone, right? And yeah, so this is like the power button then later, and this is how it will look. Okay, that's my design. Not saying it's perfect or it's pretty, but I like it. And yeah, let me quickly grab the drill and we get this mounted. Okay, let me just first try to use the M3 drill. Because I'm really skeptic. I don't want to break the part. And there's not a lot of like room for error here. Yeah, but it goes straight through. So most likely it won't be enough. Yeah, it's definitely binding. So I guess there's no way around the 4mm drill. Let's hope that works. Is this 4? Yeah, it looks so massive. Okay, we made it. Yeah, but the screw is too short. We could have checked that before, right? Okay, we have longer ones, that's not a big deal. But then this is the solution. So we need to drill it out. The bottom ones I'm less concerned, the top one I'm really concerned. Because the layer lines are like this, so this is quite weak in this orientation. Okay, we made it. Whew, okay, 2 more. To be honest, maybe it even would be good to like heat up the drill, that the material is a bit soft. Yeah, it's okay. Okay. Not pretty, but functional. Okay, let's get this long screws that we have. And we only have 3, but that's okay. 3 should be enough, right? Yeah, they're all like the same length. You can check if those fit, but I'm pretty sure no. Okay, then that's... We also have these. I'm quickly see if they fit in the power supply. No, they're like bigger. Okay. Then we have 3. Actually, like, while I'm looking at this, let's grab one of those things. Maybe we can use this and it looks pretty. I'm not quite sure yet. Okay, then. Oh, there's no, we forgot one. Okay, whatever. Okay, this is done. I'm now not sure, I think I only do 1 on the bottom and 2 on those top ones. Maybe that's better. And then let's do this one. Okay, maybe not. This doesn't want to go in. Let me quickly see without the power supply. Ooh, let's do this one first. No, this doesn't want to go in here. Maybe it's not 100% aligned. Bit weird. Let's try this side. Yeah, this side works. But I kind of prefer to have the top one. If that is an option. No, it doesn't. Okay. I give up. It's this side. I will have to get I will get different screws anyways. And then we can worry then. But until then, I mean, this is it's not falling off. There's this lip here on the bottom, which will kind of wear the weight. That was kind of the idea that these are not really it's only holding it in place and the weight is sitting on this lip. Okay. Let's do cables. And then I think this is kind of a complete package. It's standing. And this will later be screwed down, obviously. in 4 places here. And then later, when the case is complete, we have those like little screws sticking out here. They are caught in like a hole, so this is like completely locked in place. Let's see, so the cables we need to get from here. So I don't think we need a lot. Power cable we need later. I just hope they are not so long. Because we really don't need very long cables. Oh no, look what we got here. 4 screws. But I think they're too short. Yeah, they're too short. Because the plastic is quite thick, like they're not meant for plastic, obviously. But there would be the screws. Short screws, but screws. Okay, so what do we have here? We need the CPU cable. This goes here. We need PCI Express. This is 1. We need 2 of those. We need the big one. And there's not a PCI Express. So basically we need everything but those. And they're super long, of course. Seeing this, just as a like already announcement, we will make custom cables for that. That will be one of the projects. Because I want perfectly sized cables. And I'm not having any compromises there. Okay, so it has 2 8-pin connectors, which is also... Oh, it's PCI. Oh, then we only need 1 of those cables. Like if this delivers 2, then this is fine, and we need only 1. This one was what I wanted, this is the CPU cable. And we do have those handy dandy Corsair cable ties. But I think they're too big. Yeah, they don't... Like, I have those cable tie holes around here, but they're like too wide. But luckily I have a full roll of that stuff. And we just use it here to like tie down all the cables in between. So let's see. So this one is CPU. I guess this only goes in one place. Right? And this goes here. See, it's already way too long. Let's wait with the final cable management, but there's a bit space here to like cramp all the cables. But it's not really made for like having like too long cables. Yeah, this seems to go here and here. Yeah, this needs the shortest cable run ever. It's like just this little jump, so yeah. I mean, we'll manage to like cramp everything here in this corner. Maybe it would be nice to have like a cover here to just cover all the mess up. Something that hooks maybe to this side of the power supply, because there are 2 more screws here, and then just goes over and screws down here. Then you can just like put this over and hide it. Obviously, them needs to be cut out. That's like the things like you most likely find out when you build it. But it's mostly already it, right? I mean, we can already do this one as well. And this one needs to go... Ugh. It's really nice cables, by the way. Like, they're all like individually sleeved. So this needs to be on here. And then I would say let's just cut like short strips of that stuff. Actually, let's just cut one. This is like a random ass gas. Maybe a bit longer. Maybe let's not start in the most difficult spot. Here we go. So the idea was to kind of like have it like this. Now it's tied down here. So what I would do actually is I would only tie this down every other. I have quite a bit here. We will have more cables here, right? Like especially the fan cables and the RGB cables. So my idea would be like to have this here and here. And then have the other cables in the other spots on top. Let's just actually use this as a reference length and then just cut a couple. And we only stop today once it's running. You need to make some cable organizers. You can also use Velcro. Yeah, exactly. Like this was my idea to kind of make it reusable, because I really, if you use like cable ties, like you always have to cut them if you change it. So I thought Velcro is nice and kind of like reusable. And it really like, that's like, the stuff is so cheap. Oh, actually, you don't even have to cut it, I see now. You can rip it. There's like ripping points. Okay, never mind. I cut it. Okay. Oh, and I shouldn't lift it here on the power supply. That's not smart. I mean, it's actually quite dirty, but I don't want to test it. Let's put it on the side, and then we can just put them in. So we do one here, and we do one here. Let's just always orient them in the same way. And let's also put them here on the... Actually, we can also just flip it over, right? But yeah, that was the idea of having those like holes here. So you have the Velcro go through. And it will be like super tight here. But it's kind of like the thing when building like small printers like the V0 and building small PCs like this. You need to be very patient and have small hands. So let's keep it like this for now. Okay, so then let's just wrap this here. I'm just curious to see if like the Velcro like holds properly on the cable or if it will be like a huge mess. But like the backup strategy is just like to use normal cable ties and then calling it a day. Okay, so this goes here. And this cable will be a bit of a pain. Maybe we should have done that first. Maybe it's actually smart to do that before you install the mainboard, like do power supply first. Because then you have like way more space here. I mean, nothing tweezers can't fix, but... Yep, perfect. And then this goes to the other side, and then here's like this like retention clip that goes over that, like putting it in place. And then for this one, let's just... Shall we use one of the fancy Corsair strips? So you can just kind of like bunch that together. like this here. Let's actually also just loop it around there. That is like nice and compact. Let's see. Yeah, this is better. Maybe not. Maybe? Let's see. I'm just trying to pack this like nice and tight. But yeah, having like cover would be like so much more beneficial here. It's maybe something I add, you know, like if you have really cover that just, I mean, now it's nice, but like that just goes over here and then like keeps all the cables here. We still have one of the short ones here. Let's just keep those cables then in one go. And I think that looks really... So I already see like would be nice to have like those cable cutouts just go all the way up here as well. Like just say continue here. Then this cable could be like, you know, completely nice in one line, but this way is also good. Cool. Now we have like Corsair cable tie lying around. Perfect. So this is kind of okay, right? So let's get the base together and then we can mount this to the base. I'll just put this in one. Oh, by the way, on the back. Kind of have to sneeze. Okay, that's gone. Sorry. On the back, it's fully open. You can actually, there's a second M2 SSD slot, which you can access from here, which is nice. And I also I figured like some back plates will need a bit more space. The only thing that I'm thinking of is like, now that it's open, like the heat from the GPU will be directly here, right? So maybe there's a lot of heat coming in here. So I'm not quite sure if like having like a clip-on cover here would be nice. But now that say the GPU will be here, let's also add the Velcro strips in those spots here, because later the GPU will be here and it will be a bit hard to add. So let's just do that now, and then we have it. And let's just use like, they have like this like ripping spots here, and it's like always 2, and then we need 5. Yeah, let's actually only do the ones here, because here we can always access. That's fine. Going in here. Let's go here. Yeah, I think it's good to add them all in one go, because now the cable is also on top, making it a bit difficult to put in. Okay. Flip that over. Oh, and throw the tweezers at it. I'm trying to align everything here. That goes here. Sorry, I know you only see the back of my head at the moment. And then there's one strip that we didn't push in all the way, seemingly. Oh, we did push it in, but the cable was in the way. Okay, no, this is done. We'll see, this one isn't properly. Let's just... fully focusing here on the cable. Okay, now everything is like properly in place. Like it's way too many Velcro strips now here for this like cable run, but we can add some other cables on top, and then we don't have to like open all the Velcro strips. And like, at least we have them available if we need to. Okay, cool. So this is really like nicely tied down. And here on the side we will also add like the extra ones once we need them. But looking at this now, I think it's actually smarter to do this one like facing inwards on the bottom, because then you can kind of like snap it under the main board. And it is a little bit secure against like accidentally opening, which I mean doesn't really matter, but if we do something, let's do it nice. Yep. Here we go. Okay, perfect. Then this is done. Then let's do the GPU. And for the GPU, like it's not a lot, like it's just this bracket. And this very tiny clip that goes here. I'm curious if this is strong enough, but should be. So it is unboxing time. Here we go. This place looks like an absolute mess again. Oh, there's literally nothing else in there. I remember when you bought like GPUs in the past, you got like a lot of stuff with it, like different cable adapters and whatnot. And now it's just the GPU. Here it is. So the case technically can fit really, really long GPUs. Like this is 330 millimeters. No, that's 300, I think. Yeah, that's like, yeah, 300-ish millimeters. I think we would need to check in Fusion, but I think like 320 fit easy. 330 you would need to use a thinner fan. Yeah, that's basically, that's a bit more than the rest of the build. I think the total height is like 40. I mean, let's not talk about it. Let's just check it out in Fusion. Oh, my shortcut broke again. Amazing. So the total height, like just top to bottom, so it would be like the topmost part and the bottommost part is like 430. You don't see it as 430 millimeters. It's an awkward round number. Like I did not plan it. From the GPU perspective, if we quickly do a section, let's do a section here on this side. So this is a bit the how it looks internally. So you have the fan on top. So the GPU height would be like from, I think they counted from here. Uh-oh. I have a beach ball of death. Oh, here we go. Okay, and then the highest you could go with this current configuration is something. Fusion is not happy right now. Fusion is not happy right now. Let me just grab, come on. Fusion using Fusion with the trackpad is not pleasurable. So this would be, oh, did it select now the angle area? Oh, it doesn't give me, oh, I selected the wrong thing on the bottom. I meant to select this surface and this surface. Yeah, 328 millimeters in total. But you can gain like another 8. If you see like this fan I have here is only 38 millimeters high. The one fan, no, this one is 30 millimeters high. The fan I'm using is 38 millimeters and the max fan height is 40 millimeters. So what you could do is, if you want to have a large GPU, you can add spacers here to move, like use a thin fan and move the fan the 6, 7, 8 millimeters up, which would then add to total GPU height. But to be honest, that should be plenty. So yeah, my shortcuts are really broken. I don't know why, but at some point during the stream, sometimes the shortcut break. It's like a bit annoying. Okay, so this is the GPU. Let's just mount it here. We just have to like add some heatset inserts, of course. Because what would be the world without heatset inserts? I'm just wondering now whether it makes sense to add them from... So basically I have 2 versions of that. This is a 3-slot GPU mount. I also have a 2-slot one. This is 2 slots, but I printed a 3-slot. I mean, it doesn't matter. So we have 6 mounting points. Let's just use all 6 if we have them. And then the 2-slot one would basically be just like this. And then those 2 are for GPU. Again, we only need 1, but let's just put heatset inserts in. And here are 3. So a lot of heatset inserts. This will go in a case like this. Screws come for the mounting from the bottom. So let's just mount this in the... Most likely it doesn't matter like from which side you put them in. But let's just put those in from the bottom, those 2 in from the top, and those from this direction. Seeing if I poke through the part onto my work surface. That would not be nice. And those parts are definitely a bit over extruded. I guess always like a bit plastic, like squeezing out the sides. It shouldn't matter, we can... We can just do the following. And then it should be perfectly flat. Okay, let's do those 2 from this side. Thomas Salandero, now called Made with Layers, I think. He rebranded his channel. Made a video last week about the strength of the heatset inserts versus like screwing directly into plastic in different ways. And it turned out it doesn't really matter. So it kind of like all breaks more or less at the same point, which I found quite interesting, but I think it's so much nicer to have like proper like threads in the parts. Hi there, Gudeti. I'm fine, thank you. How are you? Let's see. So this will be a bit challenging to put in. I already designed it and was like, that will be interesting. So we will have to... I mean, technically we could also try to do it from this side, but in neither case can we like push straight down. So this is like a bit of a challenge. So I'm just trying to... I think it works. Like, it's not 100% straight. But it's in. I mean, what we can also do is like we can stick a screw from here. Maybe that's smarter. So we kind of screw the insert on the screw. And then we can pull, like I'm just kind of like pulling now on the screw. Actually gives you a nice angle, right? We have the camera that can be moved. Let's make use of it. So I'm just pulling the part down, heating from the top. It's much slower now because it also like the screw soaked up a lot of heat. It's a chill process. See if it's... Yeah, that's better. Like if the screw isn't like fully in. Just a bit. Yeah, I think that's the best way to do it. Like just barely screw the screw in. Just barely. Then it doesn't soak so much heat. You will get the success if you believe in Jesus. Yes, that can't hurt. It's definitely a process that needs patience, Jordy, but I think that goes for like anything you build. Like, patience is always the most important tool. I think generally with the heatset inserts, like if you properly heat them up before you push them in, it will be much better. Let's see. Like this one is really nasty because you can't even grab the screw properly. Okay. Well, yeah, it counts. They're all in. Maybe actually let's do the middle one a little bit more. I don't think it makes a big difference. I've also seen Greg's Maker Corner. He also, like in one of his Warren videos, he also showed that he used he basically put it on a screw and he just used the lighter to heat up the insert and pushed it in with the screw. That also works, I guess. You can like put it on, heat it up here with the lighter, just need to be careful, and then pull it in. That also would work, right? But yeah, I think these are all the heatset inserts. So, and then basically, let me just think. It would be oriented more towards the back. Let's just do that. And then Luckily, we are back to metric screw land. No more imperial stuff. Let me see if I can get that all aligned. Okay, this is one. Try to put it in a way that you see what I'm doing. You know what? Actually, it would be nice to have like a washer there. Maybe. Do we need one? No, it should be fine. Let's not. On the other side, we definitely want one. Let's add one. Okay, I'm flip-flopping back and forth, but let's make it properly. I think it's nicer to have a washer here that like the screw is like putting pressure on all sides of that. We still have, there's one washer left here, so we need to grab more. Let's just fiddle that in here. Yeah, that's much better. Much nicer with the washer. Let's see, we have more. I'll just drop a couple in here. We also need two on the other side. And also see there's a sticker we need to peel, like a protective film. So, please go in. Yes. Just make sure this is kind of like on the end. Okay, then the other side. Guess we don't need that anymore. So here we have those two. And then we have this like retention bracket kind of thing. Yeah, same deal. Let's screw in two. And let's use a washer. That's one. There's a bit of misformed washer. Let's not use the misformed one. Yeah, one of my goals was like to use as little different hardware as possible, so it's really mostly M3x8. Like there's like those screws are M3x12, but it's really like the only place where I use like something else. Make sure this is proper. And this is our GPU bracket. I think it's, I mean, the thing that's wobbling now is here the back panel thingy of the GPU itself, but like the part itself is rock steady. Maybe it would have been good to have like another screw hole here, but I'm pretty sure this is like already, it's kind of bending down, but it's okay. Like all it needs to do is like hold it in place, and it's successfully doing that. Okay, so now we have the GPU and we have the other part. I'm kind of running out of space to put stuff. So there is this part here. And I kind of like stuck like little rubber feet on here, but they don't hold very well. So that's maybe something we need to check. But it's like the base. So everything mounts on top of that. I have like this screw pattern here, so the idea is basically that you can like move the parts we just built up and down as you want. Technically, you can leave out the GPU bracket and just have like a big chamber for the CPU mainboard. You can have different sized GPUs, so basically you can trade GPU thickness with cooler height, basically. That was kind of the idea. We need a couple of heated inserts here, of course, right? Because we wouldn't be cool without. But it's only 4 in each corner, 1. So it's quite a little amount. I just need to make sure to push them in. Oh, maybe I can turn on the soldering iron. That helps tremendously. You just have to push them in enough that like the corner itself is like rounded off. I'm just pressing them like tiny bit under flush. So there's enough space in here, you can press them in like a little bit below the surface. You can see that they're like kind of like in the right angle. It will be for later to see that that fits. I mean, we can, worst case, we can wiggle them a little bit left, right. And that's it. Cool. Now the question would be, we need to decide how we position it well. So the graphics card, I mean, it doesn't matter now, we still can choose. So this would be, the question is like, we can technically put it to the outmost, oh wait, you don't see anything. We can put it to the outmost position. Trying to not knock anything over. That would be tremendously good. So technically we can move it to the outmost position. The cooler we have now installed, I'm trying to give you like a bit of overview. The cooler we now have installed is actually a tiny bit higher, taller than the one that will be installed later. So I think somewhat like this. So we have actually like a bit space here. Like this is like kind of like directly on edge, which is fine because let's check this one here. What part is that? I think it's 70 millimeters. Does it say on the box? 65. So this is 65 centimeters and 65 millimeters tall. And the one we will install is 55. So we have 1 centimeter of air there, which is great because I don't want the fan directly at the grill because it will like make noise. So this is good. So this is the position we want to mount it. And then the GPU, I would just directly mount against it as it's now. So let's just quickly put this away and put this on the side. And then basically we can, let me just first get the screw. So these are M3 by 12. So we need both. And we need 10 of them, which basically all we have. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now we have, yeah, we will need a bit more for those screws on the side. They're also like M3 by, no, they should be M3 by 8. I think this might be the only ones. Okay, so let's put this here. And let me just, hopefully they just go through. Kind of. Ugh. Maybe we have to drill it out a bit more. Yeah, it should be fine. Okay, so it goes here. That goes here. Okay, so we can tighten that. Let's flip that over. Yep. Not very stable on this side. And the last one. So yeah, basically like you can kind of like customize it a bit. I've seen it with the, I was like watching so many like case reviews and stuff like that, just like to get like an idea like what I want. And there's a Fractal Terra from Fractal Design. And it also has like this kind of like this setup more or less with the spine in the middle. And you can also move it back and forth like a bit. That's like where I got this idea from. Okay, let's move that here. Let's quickly peel the stickers. Or like the protective films. So we have one here. Exactly. No, that's it at the end. There's one that I will forget for sure. Peel that. Oh, the middle one doesn't have one. Okay. Okay, let's put this back on the side. So this goes. Yeah, they're a bit tight. Let's get two in place. Like the GPU is much lighter than I expected compared to the main board. That's a bit tough because of the plastic binding. That should be fine. Okay. Perfect. And let's carefully flip it over. Now we have to be a bit careful. Just put the middle one in here. I really think it's a nice design. Do you have plans to release it to the public? Yeah, definitely. Like I will, wait, let me quickly attach that. 1 second. It's kind of a bad second to stop. It's just a shame that these gray parts are a bit over extruded for sure. Okay, now I'm ready to chat. Yes, I have plans to release it, but it will be more like a as-is kind of situation. Like I'm not gonna like incorporate like lots of feedback or something. Like I already worked a lot on that, and the Fusion files are an absolute mess. Like it's the biggest project I ever did in Fusion by a long shot, and I learned a lot. Like one learning was, for example, I wasn't aware how joints work. Like always positioned the parts like manually and then did a capture position, but it didn't work like really well at scale because like something changes and stuff moves and then like the position is lost. It's like really a mess. So I'm not going to work on this a lot. I fixed issues that I now found. I fixed. It's kind of like small things. For example, like here it was a bit too close, like there was like no contact with the print bed, so I moved this in like 0.5 millimeter or something. Like stuff like that I fixed. But overall, it kind of worked out really well. Like so far, it's okay. There were some challenges printing it. So for example, those parts, and I printed it out of patchy. It's all patchy. The gray is The gray is Prushament, patchy in urban gray, and the white one is Form Futura traffic white. And this one was super wet, and you also see, like this was printed vertically like this, and you see like the top one is really ugly. Like at some point, because patchy is a bit flexible, like it started to wobble a bit. And at that point, like it just like had this layer shift. Like these parts are quite ugly, but you don't see them later, so I didn't mind. What material did you print the case out of? So that's patchy, and then... Oh, Lemon, hi. Sorry, I kind of overlooked that you're new. Welcome. And Jordi, what do you mean with the holes for the PSU? Do I miss something? But yeah, it's like quite a chunker now. Okay, so there's one thing. I'm kind of also like running out of height. There's one thing, like this is like obviously a bit wiggly, right? So what I thought is like we have this like holes here, and we kind of need to see where did I put that. So my idea was to use like rods. Let's actually see which ones. Maybe this one, the top one. This isn't cut right. They're not very cut pretty, those here. But my idea was to add this here. And then somewhere all the way at the end, I have those parts, and the idea is that we like use them to fix the GPU in place, like with nuts basically around them. So I think it would be a good idea to do that because it's a bit wobbly. I don't think it will break, but you had to increase the holes for the PSU. Are you gonna update that before you release it? I had to. Oh, for PSU. Sorry, I was like, my brain is GPU. Yes, I will fix that. That's like stuff I will fix, unless I forget. But I think yeah, stuff like that I will fix. I also fixed like the mainboard didn't have standoffs because it wasn't quite sure how far the mainboard should be apart. So the standoffs are already included. Like stuff like that I fixed on the fly. I'm just like, I'm not gonna reprint the parts because like, it's not worth it. Like small things like that, yeah, doesn't really matter. So I'm not gonna reprint, but the ones I release, they should have that stuff fixed unless I forget, which, yeah, it's really like an as-is project, right? Like I'm not gonna give any warranty or something. It's like, take what I have, enjoy it. It's to the best of my knowledge, but might not work for you. I'm just gonna cut the end of this rod because like not really like nicely cut here. Most likely I use the M3.5 to cut that. Okay, so this is off. And then let's just I don't know, like, how much do we need here? Yeah, and those rods, I use them a lot because like they're super cheap and they're stiff. Maybe hinges would work besides the GPU and rods. Hinges would work besides the GPU, but rods will look cool. Yeah, to be honest, it's just like a low effort solution added at the end. Not too much thought was put into that. I'm also not quite sure if what I have works now. The things like I have mounting points here, so whatever solution we come up with later, we can add. That's why I wanted to have like a couple mounting points here. It's just like mostly like I use those rods also here, right? They go through the entire spine here. It's just to give it like stability at a low price point. Like you can of course like print it thicker, but then like it prints longer. And it's like harder or like more expensive. So my goal was just to reduce printing time and cost with those rods. I also use them on the like not on the outside, but like they're later not visible, but they just give like a lot of stability in different parts of the case. Let's see. I mean, it could be smart, but we all know that's not the case. Let's just use it. Okay, so which one was not the one we cut? And one went to the floor. Okay. So two should be now the same size. These two. Let's see, let's just make them a bit nice on the end. It's actually a thing, like if somebody wants to do that, like those might be tricky to get in the US because like M3 and like quite a special, not special, right? They're not special, but like it's not, I guess, hyper common. I just got them in the hardware store. They're just available there. And like 1 meter is like, oh wait, we wanted to use the top one. That's not nice. 1 meter is like €2, so they're like really cheap. Just a bit of a pain to work with. But overall, quite cool. Let's see. Let's move this one up. I'm really curious if this will work. The angle supports. What do you mean by angle supports? Oh. There we have some M3 nuts. Let's just do one side first and see if it works at all before I spend the time getting the other one working. A bit bent. Okay, so now we put this here on, and then we just move this out to create a bit of tension, and then we use a second from the front. Oh, that was my headset. Angle supports. There's something you didn't see it. This is printed on an Ender, like a Voron switch wire, basically an Ender 3 conversion. So any Ender 3 can print that. Let's see. 1 second. I have to put my sound back on and the music. So yeah, this is like all printable on an Ender 3 sized machine. So you need like 20 by 20, maybe a bit more, like 22 centimeters of like print area. Okay, let's see if this works. So the idea was now basically if you tighten them a bit, that it's just like holding holding the GPU. And I'm not quite sure if this will work. Not gonna lie. I mean, I could also turn it a bit and I see what to do, but it would be too easy. No, it's actually it works. I'm surprised. The only thing is like it's very slippery. Like I think more tension will make it better. I mean, technically, this works. Like now, if I pull the GPU, like the entire thing, like actually not sure if we need the second one. Totally works. Cool. Let me do the following. Give me 1 second to grab something. That looks higher quality than Ender 3. Well, I take this as a compliment. It's the Ender switch wire I built in the previous stream. So if you want to see how I built that printer, it's the other, like, just look for on my channel, like, for the Ender wire playlist, basically. I built the entire printer on stream. And it's like an Ender 3 that was, like, converted to a Warren switch wire. And you wouldn't say that. Like, those parts look good. If you see the white parts, they look like shit. Seriously. It's mostly like material was bad situation. Like you can't quite see it, but like this looks really bad. It was partly like the way I printed it and the material was wet, but you don't see it later, so I don't care. I have those like rubber feet, electronic rubber, like electronic cement, but my idea was like I just add one here to the tip. And then this has like a bit grip. I think now I just like need to... Yeah, maybe it's a bit better than it doesn't like fall off that easily. But this one has like a lot of grip. I don't think we need it here. Let's add it more to the tip. Oh, actually maybe that's even easier if you just move the nut and then like just move it in. This works really well. I didn't expect this to work that well. I'm quite surprised. Let's also add the other side. I would just say like we cut it a bit shorter, right? Because we see now this is like way too long. Let's just cut it a tad shorter. I really suggest to add a nut on the other side. Yeah, I thought about that too. But to be honest, I'm not sure if you need it because like in the end, this nut like pushes it back and like you angle it on the rod, right? So it kind of like you can't move it now either way. Like you can't even pull it. Like this is completely fixed, right? You can't even pull it in this direction. So I totally agree with you. I think it wouldn't hurt, but like seriously, like I'm really pushing now here, right? Like this is completely fixed. I don't think you need that nut. It's just like from being like forced in that direction. Okay, let's see. How much can we cut? Maybe like this? So yeah, I'm surprised myself, like how well this works. This was like a kind of like an afterthought, and I didn't expect that to be like the best idea I had so far. The only thing that annoys me a bit is that it's white. I actually have like a handful of the gray filaments still left, so most likely I reprinted in gray so that all the like internals are all gray. Okay, let's go to the side. Okay, let's add our little finger. It's actually also good that you can kind of angle them up and down, because here, like, hard for you to see. Or you bent the fin, amazing. Like here, there's nothing to grab on, but I can just angle it up, and then like, so it's like actually like really good system. I'm kind of happy with that. Like it's good. And it doesn't take a lot of filament to print. Just this is really annoying. And it's not the one thing I really dislike about those rods, but it could just be like the way I cut them. This one is really not cooperating. Wait, where do I have that? Maybe this helps. No. Okay, this doesn't really want to. Let's see, maybe we can just add it from the other side and call it a day. Let's just do it like this, and then we add one finger like this. Oh, I'm missing the fourth one. Here it is. And then we add the finger in the other direction, and we add another nut, and then we screw it in. And then we just put it here. I mean, it doesn't need to be super tight, right? Then let's add our little pad here. And now we can just rotate it. I think it's already fine, but now like the things, you can adjust it by just doing this. And same here, like you can move it a bit forward. And then you can just put too much. Even a bit less. Maybe it's like worthwhile adding like thread lock here, but I will replace them with like the gray ones anyway. But like a bit of thread lock maybe wouldn't be bad, especially on the back one. Try the other side of the rod. Oh yeah, sorry, I didn't see your message, but I had the same same idea. Okay, let's quickly cut this one a bit short because it might interfere with the side. Let's see if I can. Wait, let's do the other way around. I'm pretty sure there are also better tools to cut that. Like this is like a super old tool, and I misused it quite a bit now with the rods. Maybe it would have been better to take it off, but... That's definitely not the most efficient way to do this. Let's do a couple more. I guess something like this. I mean, it doesn't need to be precise, right? Oh, now I'm turning everything. Like after you cut it, it's a bit stuck sometimes. Let me just... Oh, this was really not the smartest idea to do this like this. Okay, we survived. Quickly clean up the... Okay. Enough rod cutting for today. Cool. But this is now, like, it's really stable. I'm actually really surprised. I did not expect this. Okay, so now the only thing we are left to do is connect power. So we have our cables here. Actually, before we do that, we have this riser cable to install. And I was actually not smart to do that. Hey, I found a problem. We should have done that while I can slide it in here. Let me see. I don't think this fits through. No, that definitely fits not through. So we have to, unfortunately. But it's quite quick now. Like you just do this, and now you have this like as a handy, ready-made solution. This was not too bad. So this goes between here. Yeah, let's actually put this back so that the card is a bit stable. So this goes here. Actually, you know what? While I have it out, I will, yeah, maybe I do the gray ones, but let's see. So I just add like a dab of thread locker here for those. Just put it aside. No, that was a big dab, but this will be fun to get out. But I think, to be honest, like because we can always thread from the back, like you can kind of destroy the thread here. With grabbing onto it. Okay, and this goes here and this goes there. I wonder if they now switch the two. Doesn't quite align. See here, actually, it's quite funny. Like even if the nut is completely off, like the nut, there's like this still is like once you kind of push it back, like it's completely locking onto the thread. Like I don't think you can even remove those nuts. Even those are optional. I mean, I leave them here, but like technically you don't need them. You just move it back. Yeah, seriously, like you don't need any nuts here. See, like you just move it where you want it, and then you just bend it over, and then locks in place. Like you can completely remove this nut. Like if I want it tighter, I just move it and then put it on and it stays here. Like now it's like, let's keep some nuts, but it's quite a good solution. The question would be then, right? Like this gets a bit hot. That's a bit my concern. This gets a bit hot. So will this PETG like give over time? And most likely the answer is yes, we need to find a different solution, but for now it's okay. And somebody was asking, sorry, I completely forgot about that. Lemon, you were asking about the angle supports. So here's the thing. On top of that entire thing, like we put the casing around it, right? And these parts are here and here. And those like stubby, like little rod parts, they lock into those holes. So later, this is also stabilized from the top. So even when you like put the case on the side, like it's supported on the bottom and on the top. Like it's really just like it slides on and locks in place. So this mirrors basically the bottom part hole pattern. Cool. Okay. Let's see about this. Like I'm a bit nervous with this riser cable. Like in general, whether everything will work. Let's see. Just carefully push this on. I was also thinking whether we can like screw the riser like against the skeleton part. But like all the risers I found have different like hole patterns here. It's like super random. And I kind of want it to be, yeah, kind of like in a way that like people can build this if they want. So I try to use like parts that are easy to get. Yeah, I think this is on. Okay. It's a bit dark here, I feel like. Maybe it's just my monitor again. And then the thing is like, this is like a 25 centimeter cable. And I really wonder whether you could get away with 20, but I think it would be really tight. Let's just plug this in here. Yeah, I think that's in. Yeah, now you have a bit of cable like here as a loop, but I don't think that's horrible. And I think like if you have 5 centimeter less, it could be quite tight. Okay, so now we have the power cables back here. Maybe we should have done that earlier, but wouldn't be a fun build with some really tight spaces, right? And try to give you like a look from the top. Yeah, maybe that's good to do first. Okay, this one is now in. Oof. I don't see anything, but I think now it's in. Do I have a light? No, I don't have a light. I think it's in. Yeah. Looks like it's in. Okay. And then basically, to hold everything here in place, there is this clip here that goes on top here, and it holds kind of like the cables down. Later when we slide on the shelf from the outside, everything should be out of the way. No, I think we forgot like one of the M3x12 on the bottom. Let's quickly check that. Once this is on. Yeah, I think the 25 is a good length. Like, I wouldn't go for like a 20 centimeter riser. Here we go. This kind of like holds it flat, and this is kind of like quite clean, right? Now you see it way better. And there's like a little loop with the riser cable, which is fine. Okay, let's quickly check the screw. Yeah, we forgot one. There's only 2 on this side, which is fine. Like, I don't think we need really 3 screws, but it's just like we have the holes, we have the screws. Oh, this doesn't go in nicely. Let's actually quickly check that they're all tight. Maybe they set it a bit. Yeah, but that's the thing, like, I'm really curious to see, because patchy is kind of like supposed to creep. I mean, nothing here has like super high tension. And the M3 rods should be like the main structural part. So I'm curious to see. Yeah, it's like really stable, like you can pick it up on a graphics card now. Hi there, Erics. Cool. So this is like the central part. Like, it's all complete. Everything's plugged in. Oh, there's one thing we forgot. And it's kind of like the elephant in the room. Maybe for me, not for somebody who is tuned in. But there's this power cable. And the power cable needs to go here. Like, the power cable will be down here on the bottom. There will be a power plug here. And I wasn't sure in Fusion what the best way to route things was. Like, I sometimes find it hard to come up with like stuff like that. And you already see this cable doesn't work. It needs to be like a right angled one, because like this is the end of the case. For now it's fine. But in the end I figured, and it's not something I kind of screwed up, I totally forgot. There's this little cutout here, and that's kind of where it was supposed to go through, but we can also just, you know, push it through here. So I think it's okay if it just really like dangles, like right angle down it needs to be, because otherwise it doesn't fit. But then I think it's okay if it just like goes from here to there, just like without anything, just like on its own in a certain sense. And then what I would do is actually, because here we need like the plug part, basically, like not the plug, but like the socket goes here. So I was thinking of just putting some Wago connectors here, like 2 Wago connectors, where like the 3 cables, like 3 Wago connectors, that this cable just goes to the Wago connector and the Wago connector goes here. So it's a bit like 3D printer type engineering, but totally fine. What fill did it use? So you mean the fill like the print settings? So this is, we can check my slicer settings. Not that I say something wrong. Well, let's see. Slicer. Here's Orca. So yeah, this is like 1,400 grams of filament. This is sliced, all parts need to print. So it's my goal was to use less than 2 kilograms, so achieved. Slicer settings is everything 0.28 millimeter layer height. I otherwise you're not getting anywhere, like print speed wise. And 0.6 millimeter line width. So I use 0.4 millimeter, like 0.5 millimeter nozzle, but you can like kind of like you have a bit of wiggle room up and down. So even with the 0.4 millimeter nozzle, you can just put it to 0.6 millimeter layer line and line width, and it's fine. So it's like 0.6, which is important to keep in mind because I have 3 wall loops, so it's 1.8 millimeter wall loops, like 1.8 millimeter wall. And top shell layers and bottom shell layers is 4. So it's like 1.2-ish millimeters thick, top and bottom, and like 1.8 on the sides. And the infill is relatively low, it's only 15%. But then if you look at the parts, most of those parts don't have a lot of infill. So for example, like these are this is like the middle section, right, where the main like power supply sits. This has a bit of infill here, but it's like not like a lot. It's a couple of layers because all the parts are pretty flat. If you look at the side panels, for example, they're completely solid. There's no infill here whatsoever. And most parts are like this. This is like the front shell. Also see here, there's no infill. So the infill doesn't really matter for that. These parts, that's the fan mounts I just showed, like they have a bit of infill. But also here, right, it's like, it's mostly holes. Some of my pipes are frozen and my printers are off the ground in case of floods. Oh, that sounds horrible, Eric. But I'm wondering if they get water damage, is it repairable or is the printer done? I am the wrong person to ask that. So looking at the printer, it would be mostly corrosion. I would look out for. It's mostly corrosion. Like the electronics, I mean the mainboard can be done because of corrosion, but the mainboard can be replaced. Depends, I would say. I wouldn't try it out, but if you have them off the ground, then fingers crossed. There was actually this one channel, I should have forgot the name, this British guy with the Google HoloLens. He had a flood in his basement with all the printers, and he had the video on that. So you can check it out, what his experience was with flooded printer. He made the Gridfinity stuff. The name doesn't come to mind at the moment, but if you look for Gridfinity on YouTube, you will find him. They're repairable, but you're probably looking at more costs than buying a new printer. Yeah, that's most likely the problem. And if you even repair it, it's maybe not going to print like it used to. I mean, it really depends. It's also like, it's not only electronics, right? It's also mechanical parts that can corrode and become bad. You can replace most parts, but you would need to wax the rods depending on your printer. Yeah, the rods or the linear rails, I think V-rollers actually are the best. Like if you have an ender, for example, using V-rollers, they might be the most resistant, but I really wouldn't try it out, to be honest. The motors are kind of fine, right? The motors just like, again, like corrosion, right? Like if you dunk it in water, like it won't short out or something. But yeah, corrosion. I'm really not sure. But Eric, I hope for the best for you. Cool. So this is kind of done. So here's 2 things we can do now. Option 1, we can try to turn it on. I don't think anything is, we need a power thing. But besides this, everything is on it that needs to be on it, right? So we can turn it on and see if it posts. I'm not going to install Windows on stream and stuff like that, but we can just check that we get a post. So that would be kind of like the goal of the day. It's already like 9:30 for me. And I kind of want to build that outer shell part that goes on because the fan is then on top. So that's kind of like important for me actually. I'm not gonna lie, I want to game on it this weekend. So this needs to be done. So let's actually first build the shell and then post. So there's one part missing here still. I just realized. So here's like this massive shortcuts. Where are you? Desk. Here you go. No pudding's mad. this fan big enough? So basically this fan will go on top. This sits on top of the case and pulls out all the air. And this is a preliminary cooler. The cooler I actually want to use is still in shipping. And this will have a shroud that the cooler sucks in directly fresh air from the side and not any hot air. And for the GPU, that's something we need to figure out. The GPU actually has enough space here to add maybe like low profile fans on it to just pull in air. But I'm actually looking more towards whether we add like also a shroud for the GPU mounted on those like mounting holes back here, replacing this setup. Then also the GPU just sucks in like fresh air. And then like the hot air comes out here and it's sucked out. GPU can get a water block. No, it can't because I don't have any space for radiators. I mean, technically, yes, if you would have a water block, I have mounting spots for like 120 fans here, so you could get away with a radiator, but I'm kind of done with water cooling, to be honest. Like my current machine is completely water cooled with a custom loop, and it's hassle. I don't want water cooling. But yeah, so basically, if you look at Fusion, this is like how it will look in total. Let me quickly move that. So this is like the end product. So those like outer parts we can quickly remove. So this is like the end goal, what I want to have today. So I want to have the fan on top. And then it depends a bit, like, need to see, but technically I planned 2 fans here on the side to push air to the GPU. And then the CPU cooler will directly just have like this air duct to pull in air directly, so you don't need the extra fan on top. Yeah, okay, cool. Let's build that shell thingy. But yeah, quickly before we do that. So basically here there's one more part. Not really sure if it's needed, but this is just like to give. I was a bit concerned that this is like too thin. So I added this part here just like to pull those like sides together and like support it like from the weight perspective. I'm really not sure if it's needed, but yeah. And on the back side we have the same part, but on the back side it will have all the ports in it, like the keystones and the power plug. Not a custom loop. Yeah, of course not the custom loop, but I know, still like, I'm kind of done with water cooling. I'm kind of looking forward to just having like a stupid old air-cooled system. And what I will do actually is we will undervolt both CPU and GPU, because I want to have a silent system that doesn't output too much heat. Just looking for, I'm not quite sure what screw I planned there. Let's quickly try M3x8. I think this might not, no, it's definitely not an M3x8. Let's see, this one? This one looks good. I think this is an M3x10. Most likely M3x12. M3x12, okay. So M3x12 goes in. Yeah, it's in the last spot in the build where we use M3x12. Minus the panel, the same part on the back. Okay. Not sure if this does anything, but now it's more stable. Cool. Okay, then let's put this aside for now. I'm just putting this carefully down. And we can deal with all those parts. and they are super flimsy. But once everything is together, they are quite strong actually. I'm quite surprised. And also to get that out of the room, like the print quality is horrific. Please don't complain. Like it's horrible. I mentioned like multiple times on the stream, but it's like for everyone who tuned in. So firstly, those parts were printed like this. And I had the problem, it took me like a couple of like attempts to figure out that as they grew taller and patchy being quite flexible, like this started wobbling around a bit. And so the higher you go, the worse you have this like inconsistent layer stuff. I also had massive problems with retraction, and the filament was quite wet and I couldn't get it to dry whatsoever. So yeah, I still printed them because I wasn't sure whether they would work. I'm still not sure if they would work. So I didn't want to like waste good filament on prototype parts. So yeah. Wouldn't the GPU fans collide with the outer ones since fans airflow are at angle? I'm not quite sure, but I've seen that other cases have that as well. For example, the fractal ridge, for example, has the same setup. So there are cases out there that do that, but I have to try it out. Like it's basically just comes to try and error. Okay, so basically we have how this works. Like we always have the front and the back part, like this, and then we have like these are not the parts on the bottom, and then we have like a side panel, and they just create a loop. And on the side we have like 3 screws. Like those have the heat set inserts already in them for the most part, because I did a test fit. Yeah. And then on the front, we will have another set of M3 rods that just go through here and hold the 2 halves basically together. So that's kind of like the theory. So let's just start by removing this like support stuff here, because there's like a rounding. Oh, amazing. I've broken the wrong part. Oh, okay. Yeah, the print stuff is really bad, as I mentioned. Now, and I tried my luck with like inbuilt supports, which I regret. So we have to carefully wiggle those out. But again, like this is not visible later, like the white parts are completely covered. Let's see. This is horrible. This fused way too well. Okay, wait, let me use just a side cutter. Okay. Like this part is, God, this looks ugly. Definitely due for a reprint. But yeah, it's not visible later, so I'm not super concerned. Okay, I removed the inbuilt supports. That's not working. There's a bit of layer crack now. Let's just quickly throw some glue on there. Hopping back and forth from work and see progress. The triangle mesh looks sweet. Yeah, I really like it. Thank you. It's just a bit, yeah, the white parts are really not printed well. Like when I was printing this, like I still had like tons of stringing. Don't look too close. Like my goal for the white parts, if it passes the 1 meter test, it's fine. But most likely I will reprint them with like a fresh roll of dry filament. I actually have like a fresh dry roll of that stuff. I just wanted to first check that it fits and everything works before I start like printing the same parts again. And then maybe, to be honest, like if it works, I might just keep the parts as is. because again, like it's not visible, so yeah. But yeah, you have to be really careful with those parts. They're really flimsy. I think mine especially, because like the filament, like the layer adhesion is not good. Not sure who said like the print quality doesn't look like an Ender. Here you have it. Horrible print quality. This one is the absolute worst section. I was about to cancel the print, but I was like only that much missing. Yeah, this came basically like the bottom came loose like ever so slightly, and it was like really wiggling back and forth as it was printing. Filament dryers would work well, no. Yeah, well, so this is dried for like multiple days. I just gave up. Like, I have no clue. Like, this filament is just like beyond. The spool is now empty. That was the rest of the spool, so it's gone. I don't have to deal with it anymore. But my filament dryer is also really bad. I have the Sunlu S1. And it's like, I don't think it dries very well. But it's actually something like for the future I want to do like as a like project here in stream, is to like try to improve the filament dryer with like a fan that like cycles the air. I think that would help a lot. Okay, let me just quickly check. This side has the fan holes and it's the back, so the GPU is here. So this one is correct. Let's quickly get the first screw in. Ironic. We finished the core section. Wait, I want to show off. Yeah. It is complete. And here we have the graphics card with the riser cable and the power supply and like the little grips to hold the graphics card in place, which makes it really stable actually. So the core section is done. Personally, I would fight it and put it in a desert. Well, like, to be honest, the filament dryer works okay for like the other filaments I have. Like I sometimes dry ABS. That's fine. I'm just not sure, like the patchy stuff is horrible. Like I really develop a strong dislike for patchy. It's like so hygroscopic. The thing that you also need to consider, like here, like okay, I'm really concerned about my camera. This is my kitchen, and I'm printing here on the table. So whenever okay, this is really bad. I hope it's the cable, not the HDMI port. So every time I cook, like the patchy is like right next to it, and like I always have it in the filament dryer while I print. But yeah, I think it's just a bit too much. I also tried printing those parts in ABS, but it was just like too much warping because the parts are really thin. But potentially you could get it to work in ABS, and I think ABS would be better for the entire project. There are, I unfortunately forgot the name, but there's this other guy who has like a lot of like videos on PC cases he 3D printed. I'll link the guy in the description later. And he also uses patchy, so I was like, okay, seems to work. And I use patchy. So that's the bottom section. Now this looks really flimsy right now, but I swear, like once everything is together, this is quite stable. Just have to pay attention a bit that we position everything. Kind of okay. I've had filament lying around for like a year and quality is still no dryer on Ender 3 Pro. Well, it depends on the material, right? Like PLA is super fine. I printed like last week PLA that's like 4 years old. It's like I have like some stuff printed with it for my IKEA SCADIS wall. And I kept it as like replacement if I want to ever print more for that SCADIS wall. It's like 4 years old and print like a charm. Like was just PLA of sitting in plastic bags. It's totally fine. It's just like the patchy, like it's really horrible. Yeah, like PLA is super stable. Patchy is like a whole nother level. It's basically sometimes the patchy even like when you buy it, it's already wet because it was sitting in some warehouse for like a couple of months and it like absorbed a lot of moisture there. Like it's really hygroscopic. Oh yeah, so here we need to add the middle ones. I didn't add them. So a couple of heat inserts. Patty has a lot of standards. What do you mean with a lot of standards? But yeah, it's like, for me, Patchy is like really horrible. Like because it's stringing a lot, like it's very stringy, and then like the hygroscopic stuff. That's like kind of like the two deal breakers for me. So if I would have like a fully enclosed printer that's big enough to print those parts, I would have most likely used ABS. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, now we need to pay attention. So the fan is on this side. So because like this panel has the fan holes and this one does not, so we kind of have to pay attention. Which goes where? Okay. First one, like I'm so scared that one of those parts will break. That'll be horrible. Oh, and actually, let's pay attention to one thing. Because like I already filed them down a bit while I was doing the test fit. I made a mark here. This side has a mark, and this side has a mark, and luckily it fits. Yeah, that's the right side. That was a 50-50 chance. Because the print quality is kind of like shit, I kind of had to file the surface a bit so that we don't have like massive gaps. It will be interesting to see in a second if that still is okay after I took it now apart and put it back together. Okay, last one. This thing does eat a lot of screws. If it wants to. Oh, I put it on the wrong way. No wonder it doesn't fit. Funny that it almost fits. That's just a coincidence. Needed wire, specific setting, and strings slot. I'm not quite sure what you mean with a specific setting for dryer. Like, technically, like mine has like those different like temperatures for like different filaments, but like all plus minus like 2 degrees. So I'm not sure if that makes any difference. The thing that mine doesn't have is a fan. Like mine doesn't have a fan to like get rid of the moist air. Like the newer models all have fans to like vent out the moist air to like cycle with like dry one. And it's something I'm kind of want to add to mine, that we just mod that filament dryer so that it also has a fan. Okay. That's the last one. Let's quickly check that everything is somewhat tight. Okay, and then this goes on top, like this. See? Yeah, it looks like it's still like somewhat aligned. Okay, now how is this like hold together? This, by the way, the final height, basically. We have more of our favorite friends M3 rods, and they go. I just need to. Okay, I need to do something with the camera cable. That really freaks me out. They go through here. Quickly put them in. Here we go. So now it's kind of like one piece. We just have to like fix it together. I'm just looking whether this aligns somewhat okay vertically. That we don't have like a massive gap here on the side. I think it's okay. Yeah, it's this one is a bit. Some random bit of tape. This one is not super perfect. Maybe we like file it down where it connects, which is here and here. Let's just file it down like a tiny bit. Just so that it's like nice. Oh. I could also just put it down, right? That would be easier. This one is not stuck. So place that on this side, right? Yeah. Okay. Let's just take a bit of material off there. Oh yeah, that was already what it needed. Perfect. That was quick. Not print itself. Well, the pad sheet prints a bit hotter than PLA, if you mean that. And then for what I actually had to do is I had to increase the retraction settings quite a lot to reduce the stringing. And by quite a lot, I mean quite a lot. Like I think I have now like 14 millimeters of retraction, which is quite a lot. Looks good. Is the outer layer wood-like? Yeah, in Fusion it's wood-like. And what we were going to do is we wrap the outer layer in this PVC film. It's like a double-sided tape kind of thing. I have a sample. Like this is how it will look like in the end. There's like, I didn't sand down that surface. So you see here and here is a little bit of an artifact from the print surface. But this actually has like, even like a wood texture. Like there's a bit of texture there. It looks really good, I think. My personal opinion, like you don't have to like it. I didn't want it to look like a PC case. This is the power button later. That's my demonstrator for the power button. Yeah, it's just wrapping around. You heat it and then it springs together and pulls around the edges. So this is how it will look like. But if you like, if somebody wants to print that or build it themselves, there are very, very many different like patterns. Like for example, you can have a granite surface or like a brushed metal or a carbon fiber or just a color, whatever. It's really easy. This is the front panel. I actually sanded it down. Like I wanted to have a kind of smooth surface. So I sanded it down and filled it. So this is like, and this was like quite a horrible thing to print. I didn't print this is the back panel. I didn't print the front yet. I have to do that a bit different. Like this one was printed in 2 pieces, standing vertical. And everything was fine while I was printing. But then basically when the part cooled down, like it just, it warped. So I'm not sure if you can see it, but like here's like bulging in, same here. So I actually used a lot of filler to make everything like flat again. So this is like quite hefty, and it's like 50% plastic and 50% filler. But yeah, this like the wood will go on here. I think it will look cool, but I'm a bit skeptical still whether we can pull off. Okay, so we need these end pieces here. So this was printed like vertical. So you see that this one is like angled, so we can print the overhang. So the rods basically will thread into these end caps. And we just add the heat set inserts in here. Ideally without me burning my hands. That would be quite cool. So we need 4 with heat set inserts. And 4 heat set inserts we have. And then basically what we do is we take one of the rods and get this in here. Oh, it's a bit stiff. Let's try this side. It's binding a bit, okay. Not good. Let's quickly try a different one. It could also be the part. Oh yeah, I think I screwed up here. Just see if it is... No, okay, this is the part here. That's bad. Oh, I think they're all bad. Aye. They have like a little bit of like a lip here. That's causing the issue. Let's see if I get this in. Okay, I think we gonna manage. Just have to convince it a bit. Yeah, here we go. So basically we have to like have a bit of the rod sticking out here. I'm just not 100% sure how much we need. So this needs something we need to figure out. So let's just do like this for now, which is like, I don't know, centimeter. See. Just have to pay attention to not hit my MacBook with the rod here. That would be almost through. This one is really stiff. You know what I actually could do? We did the trick before. Let's use the power tool. Now we just hold this. And success. Make sure it's kind of the same. Tiny bit more. That's number 2. Let's do this right away like this. If I designed a case, I would make a box and call it a day. Well, that was the first version. It took me like a couple of iterations. Yeah, this is the way to go. So yeah, it took me a couple of iterations, and like I was watching like a lot of like different like case reviews and like stuff like that, just like to get like an idea of like what other people do. Nope. Yeah. So I was just watching like a lot of reviews and like getting inspiration. So the layout I actually copied from, I forgot the name. It's a Swedish company. I will list like my inspirations and stuff in the description later, or in the Thingiverse listing. I need to see. No, I don't have it here. Yeah, it's a Swedish company. I think it's called Lok. But then they have the Lok Ghost and they have the Lok something. It's a different case, like not their like primary case. It's like a really small like case manufacturing company seemingly, and they didn't have that anymore. That was kind of like also why I wanted to build my own, because I really liked the layout. But they didn't make it anymore. So this is kind of like a clone in a certain way. Like the layout is cloned. Mine is cooler. I have a bigger fan. Yeah, and it's just like different things I like. And then it just came together step by step. No, this makes me wonder whether Okay, so I put this in, and this is like a tad too long. So I think we need to move this a bit higher, because I kind of had this measured out. So let me just quickly... Yeah, this needs to be a bit longer. Yeah, we need to move them a tiny bit up. What CPU, by the way? It's a Ryzen 5 7600X. So nothing too fancy. Let's see if that does it. And the GPU is a RX 7800 XT. So yeah, I would say it's solid mid-range PC. Nothing extraordinarily crazy. Yeah, this is better. So now on the bottom it's kind of like flush. That was the intention I had. I just need to move all of them. Okay, let's put this back. And then there's one thing we need to do here, which will suck really, really hard. We have to put nuts and screws, nuts on that. And if it's anything like the one in the inside, it will be painful. So, check. Should be about right, yeah. And you see it's still like quite wobbly. But if we add like a couple of parts more, it will come together. Trust the system. Yeah. It's not a super exact science. Like roughly the correct length is already plenty. Cool. So now basically we have the same parts. Should be one more. Here. So they now go on from the bottom and just technically slide on, but they don't. And most likely we just have to quickly, yeah. Let's just drill them out quickly. There's like this one thing, one little lip, and that prevents them from sliding on properly. Okay, that's it. So on top, basically, on top they have the heated inserts, on the bottom we just slide them on like that. They know they fit perfectly. And then we need some more M3 washers. And we put a washer on. And then we put on an M3 nut. And this is like really annoying to put on here. Because you have like really like limited access. This will take some patience. I already managed to do it twice, so it's possible. Yeah, I think we're already successful. Perfect, that's one. Let's hope the others go as smoothly. There's another hex nut. Let's actually just do it exactly with, I think with this thing, it works quite well. Just a bit difficult to get it in the tool in the right orientation. Oh yeah. And it's on. Yeah, so those are like just like finger tight for now. Let's quickly do the same on the back side. Here it's a bit easier because like the cutout is bigger. This will be like where the ports will go. We need 2 more nuts. See? No? Try the other side quickly. Yeah. And kind of on. Maybe. I think it's cross threaded. Let's see. Let's just grab it here in the middle. Yeah, now it's on. Oh no! I forgot the part. First the white part. This one's actually horrible. Here we go. This is those little white parts are not printed very well. Like all the white filament stuff is really bad in general. Okay, that was easy this time. And then let's not do it again. Let's put this on. And let's put this on. And let's try to also have success with the last one. See if I grab it again, if you can. No, it's definitely like not on straight. Okay, let's quickly do the following. Let me try to give this like a bit of a treatment. No. Is it on? Almost. Yes. Ah, success. Okay. So now basically what we do is we just tighten them ever so slightly. It doesn't need to be super tight, I guess. Just a couple of turns. Not even turns, but like movements. This is like compressing a bit, but not like hyper tight. Okay. Almost there. So now this is kind of together. The problem is now if you push here, like this kind of like splits up and down. And it's kind of like something I didn't consider enough like when designing this. I will change the parts in a way that they also like connect in this spot here. Like if they connected here and you push, then it's like way better. But for this iteration, what I came up with, we have this little like edges here, and they go in one orientation. I always need to figure out which one. Here. So these will go here, and this already like makes it super stable actually. Like I don't know why, but just like they clip into the mesh, and this already makes it way more stable. And later we will just glue them here in place, and then it will look like this. I'm not quite sure about the motive yet. Like it's a little like 3D. I'm not sure if you can see it at all in the camera. Put it like this. Like there's a little like 3D cube on there. If I would have like a maker logo or something, this would be like the ideal thing. But I don't. So maybe it's time to come up with something. But yeah, this would go here on the side. We'll just stabilize everything. And yeah, I think that's kind of that part. There are two more parts we need to add here. There's this part, and I had the other one in my hand before. All the way here. So those two parts go on top basically to stabilize the top part. And they also mount the fan. Like they have two heated inserts left and right, and also two on the top. So a couple of heated inserts, which I think are pretty much the last ones. Oh, it turned off the soldering iron, okay. That won't work. Let's give that a second. Let's... Okay. Maybe a second more. But yeah, so basically we put those on, and then we can mount the top fan. And then this is kind of like on a point where I'm happy. I have to like look around here. Where I'm happy, because then we can put this on. We have the top fan. We need to plug the top fan in. And then we can, I would quickly try whether we can post it. I'm just not sure how I can show you the screen, because I actually don't have a screen here. So my idea was to plug it into the HDMI of the camera. There might be one thing that might not work well, and that is that we have a PCIe 4.0 graphics card and a PCIe Express 4.0 motherboard. But the riser cable, because I'm cheap, is only 3.0. Like technically it doesn't seem to make a big difference, like performance-wise. But by default, the mainboard and the graphics card will try to communicate with PCI Express 4.0. So we might need to go into the BIOS and set that to 3.0. So basically we downgrade it in a certain sense. Just push this in ever so slightly more. Okay. Then these are the parts. Like one side has a little bit like of an indentation. That is the side that goes down. And basically, this just goes here. I'm not quite sure what I'm doing here. I mean, you see now more than I do. I know it fits because I had it already on. I think you really have to... Ah, here we go. Haven't dropped the Allen key enough this beautiful part. To the other side. Oh, it was actually... Oh, that's wrong. That's not where they go. So they're not going like this, they're going like this in the front. I didn't pay attention. So this goes like this. Okay. This one is in. This is where they go. So basically you see them from the front. And the last one. And now, like, it's a bit difficult for me to show with my camera because I'm kind of running out of like vertical reach. Actually, that works. So we kind of have to run the fan. So this fits in here conveniently, and we need... So here's the thing, like if you build this, you need M3 by 40 screws. Like for this fan, M3 by 40, because the fan comes with M4 screws. But all the heated inserts we have are M3, so yeah. That's why M3 by 40 screws. And I put a washer there as well, just like for good measure. And then we just have to like fill this in. And actually the fan is the wrong way. It should go this way. Now I'm wondering, where do we want to route the cables? Let's maybe look at this first, because I think they don't quite fit through the side there. So the mainboard has the plugs somewhere here. So I would just route them here on the front part. Hi Lemon, welcome back. So I was wondering whether we kind of like put this like through here. This just fits. We can just put this here in the corner, like comes out here. And then we can use the Velcro straps here on the side and just put it down. So that's like for the future. But it's kind of annoying that like now if you want to lift this up, you have to unplug that from the mainboard. So there's something I want to check whether we can have like a magnetic connection for those cables. That would be really cool. But that's like for the future. Some of the future improvements I'm planning to do. Right. Cable not quite where it's supposed to be. Now it catches. Let's do the opposite one. Perfect. Yeah, the washer is quite important. I think otherwise the screw head would be quite small. But with the washer, it's the perfect size. Let's see. Yeah, no, it's good. Perfect. Let's Velcro strap the things here on the side. Let's just push those in first. Are those too many Velcro straps? Maybe. But I like my cables nice and clean. I don't think we need the bottom two. Okay, so let's just put this in here. So it's kind of hard for me to show. I'm just like putting the Velcro around the cable. Nothing too spectacular. Okay, I'm just pushing the end through here actually. That's like a bit secure. Cool. Now it is like all nice and tidy. Still have quite a lot of cable left here, which is, let's see. Cool, but let's put it together, right? So this is kind of done. Oh, there's one. The most important part is missing, right? We don't leave it like that. There's the top. The print quality on this is meh. I added this like outer rim like last minute, and it didn't quite attach to the rib here. So there's like a lot of, I'm not sure if you can see that it's all white. There's like a lot of like bad overhangs because it didn't quite attach. So I might reprint this, but again, like just for checking whether it fits, this is good enough. And then like if I want to make changes to the part, I can reprint it later with the changes. And it's a quite tight fit. That's kind of the idea. And I had it on and fit. Let's see, if only this corner doesn't want to go in place. Trying to see the issue. bit of love here. I think it's really good cornered. Ah, no, it's on. Okay. It's bending a bit up. See here, it's like bending a little bit. So I think I have to give it like a little bit more clearance. Yeah, it's like bending like this. It's a bit too tight. That's okay. There's nothing as too many with skateboarding. Yeah, that's absolutely true. Especially like now, like I really want to have those Velcros, so like if you change it, you can just open them and close them again, and you don't waste so many like cable ties. Those, I think I like that more than just having the cable ties. It looks a bit prettier as well, I think, maybe. And yeah, that's a huge fan. It's like 180 millimeters. Cool. Yeah, let's put it together, right? So, we have the inner part, and I'm looking at the back. Okay, well, I kind of have to see. I know this fits. See? Ooh. Where is it stuck? Because I had this like on multiple times. It always fit. Maybe let me loosen the screws on the bottom. Good. Yeah, that was a bit too tight. You see? Yeah. Not still. Somewhere it hangs. I'm not quite sure where. It's almost in place. Oh, bit of wiggle. Now it's down. Just tighten it a bit more. So maybe not fully tighten it down there, or I just add a washer, and I think I'm not quite sure which one is the problem. But yeah, so that would be on. And now the beautiful thing is, now you see here, like the spine, I call this a spine. Like it locks into this fan mount here. So this is now fully supported, and like this is really sturdy. This not yet. There's one part missing. But this looks good. Oh yeah. Okay, I'm really concerned with the cable there of the camera. Yeah, so you shouldn't pull it there. It will slip out. But we are missing a couple of screws. So down here, I actually just put it down there. There's 4 screws that put it all together. Let's just rotate that step by step. So basically, if you want to open it, you have to remove those 4 screws. But I don't think it fits very well. Something is not right. How I put this in. Because you see here, like, it's not really... Something is not Not happy. Did the test fit work better? Maybe let's just loosen the screws and see where it settles. Like something is not quite happy. No, it's actually not a problem in the test fit. Is it a Velcro I put in here? So here's like, you see here is like a gap. It's like not quite where it's supposed to be. Oh, yeah, the top part is not aligned. Yeah, I know why. Oh, I put a screw in. I put a screw in here. Let me get the screw out. The top part here is not properly in place, so you have to pay attention to that. Okay. Yeah, now it's better. Yeah, now it's okay. Let me tighten that back. Do this side first. Okay. Yeah, now everything also aligns down here easily. Maybe not. This is one. Yeah, it's again like there's a bit of tension here. I mean, it's kind of like where these like logo parts come in, because they will kind of force it in alignment, but ideally it would fit without them. Here we go. Yeah, now the tension just holds it in place. Like this would kind of force it to align. Maybe. This is the part of, like, with the inner part, I'm really happy. The outer part, can use some tweaking, but I'm not quite sure if I will do that, to be honest. Like, it works. I will use it for a bit and see how it is in real life. Is this not? I'm not quite sure if the white holes are properly sized. Ah, no? This is not a happy screw. Okay, let's quickly do the other one. Yeah, this is a happy screw. Not sure what the other one has for a problem. Maybe the angle is not quite right of the heat insert. Yeah, this one is also okay. See if we manage to get this convinced. No, not quite. Okay. Well, to be honest, that's okay. Like yeah, I have to work on this a bit, but that's fine. Like for now, let's just put the fan in. Just leave it here for now. And this goes here. That's the RGB stuff. You know, we can just like squash it here for now. We'll find a solution that's nicer later. But I guess this kind of would be ready. We have a power plug here that will move down here at some point. The only thing we don't have is a power switch, which I now totally forgot. So I don't think we can easily access that now. I'm also sure on the mainboard where the power switch is. Most likely it's this header here. I did not expect that the panels have that much flex. Yeah, like they have a lot of flex, but Patchy is super flexible in general, and this is like really thin. Like this is how it is, but if you add this logo here, and we will glue that in place, of course, like this is way better. Like it's just something doesn't quite align here. But it's something I will need to figure out like what exactly it is that kind of like makes it like do that. Because I had this like together quite a number of times, like not a number of times, but like once. And I was trying it out and it worked really well. I did not have any alignment issues, so I'm a bit confused why now we suddenly have like alignment issues. But yeah, this logo here is like kind of essential, to be honest. Like it just holds those panels together, and then by that it makes also like this more stable because like the panels are forced together. Okay, but let's quickly pull this off and get some power switch. Oh, and we have a layer crack down here. E. Okay, yeah, those parts I will reprint. It's a set deal. Like something doesn't quite align. Also here, like right, you have like this offset. But something isn't right. Okay, let me carefully first unplug those. Yeah, it's like, as soon as I push it down, like now it's aligned, like as soon as I lifted it up a bit, like it snapped back into the spot it should be. Did I maybe have those in the wrong? Huh. Now it's fine. I think one of those like spine screws here was in the wrong spot. Like one of those. No, I think that was this. Yeah, now because now it's not 100%, but way better. Pretty sure that was like just like tilting the case. Yeah, and I think like to push it up, it's best to push on this like fan mount. But then it comes off quite easily. Now we just have like this layer, like here the layers are cracked. Luckily not all the way, so we can just throw in some super glue. Okay, then this is still going strong. Let's figure out Yeah, this one is the header we are looking for. This is our header. And there's like a little diagram next to it. So, not quite sure. There's power LED. I'm a bit confused about this header, to be honest. But I think those two pins should be the thing. Let me quickly check if there's a manual. No, oh yeah, there's. And stickers. Amazing. Okay, let me quickly check. Yeah, here we go. So yeah, it's those two pins here, power button. So it's the ones I thought. I'm just a bit confused because like there's this like extra random pin here on the end, which kind of threw me off. Because it was only like labeled for 4 pins on both sides, so this pin is just dead. Yeah, so those two. So if we bridge the power button pins, then should be fine. So let me quickly see if I have like something we can use as a button. I'm gonna actually do. Technically we can just short them. Let's just keep it simple. Do I have something here? Give me a second, I'll grab a cable. Okay, I'll just have some jumper wires. So those two go on the power button. And this is now our glorified power switch. So let's quickly put the shell on top. Just quickly have to move the upgrade. Oh, actually, yeah, I'll do the super glue for the layer thingy later. Super short. There's nothing in the way exactly. There's the wires. It's again like a bit friction. I think it's quite easy to get the wrong holes up here. If you get the wrong hole, like up here in the thing, it's really easy to screw up the case. I'm not sure if I can maybe add some guides or something. Okay, let's add the fan. But yeah, for that basically it would be nice to have like something that just doesn't want to go in. No, nothing. Okay. That was a bit weird. Let's just cramp all the cables to the side. Okay. So now technically, if we would plug it in to power, which conveniently I have a cable here, I'll just leave this off for now. Oh, me also like. So if I put this in and flip the switch, technically something should happen. Like only if I short them out. Did you purposely print it with less water inflow? Sorry, Veronica, I didn't respond to your message. Well, my goal was to save filament, like to have this under 2 kilograms of filament. So the panels are quite thin. That's just, there's no infill here, right? It's just like 2 millimeters panels. The main problem here is like that this part is not properly connected. Like that's something I will fix. If this part here is properly connected, like it's way more stable. And then like this logo actually helps as well, like to stiffen everything up. Like with the logo here and just like a piece of tape on the back, like it's already much better. But also remember that there's like another layer coming on top, and this one is like way more stiff. That's clipping front and back. So actually let's put it on the side. And let me just make a bit of space. Oof. Yeah, that doesn't look good. And the filament is wet, like I printed wet filament, so that's what you get. And there's also like a design issue here, so this is also something I should maybe fix. The strong section ends right above this split. I should have pulled it down like ever so slightly more, that we don't have this weak point here, because this is the weak point. This ends directly above it, and then you have like this, yeah. I'll glue that, and I'll reprint the white panels once I know everything is in order. Okay, but yeah, let's check what it's doing. I will unplug the camera now. And I wonder whether I should do the onboard graphics or the external graphics card, because the external graphics card, we know the riser cable might give us problem. Let me just do the onboard graphics for now. And maybe it's smart to unplug the graphics card. I unplug the graphics card. Just do it step by step. So I'll just put the protector here, like this like little protector on, so we don't have like any shorts or some crazy stuff. And then the riser cable is now like here unplugged. And then also let's unplug the power plug from the graphics card. If I get that done. If not, then not. Yeah, it's unplugged. Okay, so now basic graphics card's disconnected. Let's do onboard first and see what happens. So technically, let's do it. Oh, there's no power connected. Give me a second. There's a smart plug here. It's not on. Okay. Smart plug removed. Power supply on. I see blue LEDs back here. RGB. That is kind of cool. Like the mic is red, the line out is green, and the line in is blue. So it has power. Let me use the power switch. Oh. We have RGB. Wait, if I put my face here? RGB. But I don't have any video out. But RGB looks pretty cool. Like I like that. But no video out. I mean, this is like a super hacked setup with like the HDMI capture device. I mean, it doesn't power cycle. So that's good. But it doesn't give us any HDMI. So yeah, I don't have a screen here to debug that. So I don't think we can do it on stream, unfortunately. But it's very silent, like the fan. I'm not quite sure what speed it's running at or something. So this is how it looks. I really am concerned about the camera. But it looks quite cool, like yeah, kind of like shimmers like RGB up here. Like it's really nice with the white color. Yeah, so I guess I have to like move it to my desk and put it on a proper monitor and see what's going on there. There is some LEDs on. There's a yellow and if you can see it there. There's a yellow and a white LED. So maybe that means some BIOS code. Let's quickly check that. We had the manual, right? So let's read the manual. Let's read the manual. Actually, like while we do that, maybe let's. Oop. Where is it? Where's the power switch? Powered off. Feel like an old man reading my manual. Is there? Doesn't say anything with like postcodes or something. Oh, I'm just reading the M2 installation. It says like remove the plastic from the thermal pad. I'm not sure if we did that. Most likely we didn't. Don't think we did that. Okay, but that's not a problem. Okay. Let's quickly go over here. Let's check the online manual. But to be honest, i11, we don't get a video signal from it. I'm trying to debug that. B650EI. But actually, like in the manual, where did I put the manual now? Here. Like it did say what LEDs that are, right? Yeah, so there are some LEDs that are on. I'm just trying to figure out what those LEDs mean. If it's good LEDs or bad LEDs. Here. Here it is. So we saw white and yellow. The QLEDs check the components during the motherboard booting process. An error is found, the critical component LED stays lit up until the problem is resolved. So we had white and yellow, which is DRAM and VGA. Cool. VGA, I guess, like, I mean, we didn't connect it, which shouldn't be a problem because like it has onboard graphics. I mean, RAM looks properly seated. Okay, let's quickly take it apart. No, it's just like it doesn't put out the video signal. Like nothing happens. Like everything turns on, but there's no video signal. So something isn't quite what it should be, I guess. Cool. To wiggle this out. Oh, there's a power cord. I was like, what is in the way? Power cord's in the way. Oh, I can do it. I can do it. Oh. Okay, let's leave that off for now. Cool. Let's just plug in the graphics card and see if the VGA one goes off. Okay, and we also need to plug it in here. Okay, let's put this back on. And let's just put it maybe on the side for now. Okay, so if I turn that on, yeah, we have the LEDs on the bottom. It's quite funny, maybe. Like those LEDs are on instantly. And now if I start it, now we have a red LED here, and then a white. So let's read again what white is. I think it was DRAM. So the yellow one now also comes on. So something is up with yellow DRAM and VGA white. Yeah, and turns off immediately if I do that. Let's do the following. Let's just quickly drain the power. Let's just remove one of the sticks. So we only have one memory stick installed. If the GPU pin connector is sealable. The thing is, like, I even like without it, like I completely disconnected the GPU before, like no power, no PCI, and it still did that. Let's see. Now the white LED is gone. Funnily enough. And the GPU we kind of expected, right? Because like I have this like riser cable that is a bit iffy. But now the white one is gone. There's no more white. Ah, wait. Maybe now it's okay. Now we have VGA white, but so white is VGA, DRAM is yellow, and CPU is red. But now yellow is back on. It's a bit weird. Let's see. So it always goes back to that state. Let's just turn this off. Yeah. Check the connector on the RAM stick. So if there were any rubbish or just random stuff. I don't think. No, looks good. I mean, I already took out one RAM stick. Let's just take the other one. But the thing is, like, even without the graphics card, it should boot. Because like it says the iGPU, right? Yeah. So even without a graphics card, this should boot. So let's remove the graphics card. No graphics card. Not even graphics card power. Let's also just quickly cover that. Okay. Let me just try this again. I'll unplug the camera. And I plug in the onboard iGPU. Turns on. We have yellow. Let's quickly check for like single. Yellow is DRAM, so now we have immediately yellow. Stuff changes, which is okay, I guess. Let me quickly check basic installation. If we only have one RAM stick, which slot to use? Let's see. It doesn't specify the RAM order. Does it say on the board itself? No. Because usually like you have to put in one RAM stick first if you only have one. But yeah, now it's staying on yellow, so it's like RAM problem. Yeah, here it says. So it says DIMM A is the one next to the CPU, and we should use DIMM A. So this one is correct. So let's turn it off and swap the other RAM stick in. Oh! Now it doesn't immediately turn off if I do that. So something happened now. Because before, when I turned, like, put those cables together, like which is the power button, it immediately turned off. Lots of problems. Yes, not the good kind. Like it doesn't give a video signal. But to be honest, guys, yeah, the camera stopped working because I plugged the camera into the PC. So technically, if the PC outputs something, this should be the camera now. So the camera not working is intended. But that's kind of like my thought, like whether everything works more or less, but like we have this like weird setup here with the camera input being the PC output, and that's my problem. So I kind of would like to test it on my desk in another room with a proper display and see what's up there. So let's quickly swap out the RAM stick. Try one more time. And if it then doesn't work, I would just call it a day and just check tomorrow. Because we've also been going for quite some time. So my brain is not the freshest anymore. Oh. Here we go. Yeah, now it's also like light up the DRAM, but no signal on the HDMI. But then again, like I'm not sure if this HDMI setup that I kind of like put together here works, because it's like this HDMI capture device. I'm not quite sure if there needs to be something special, that this is not compatible or something. Let's just give it like another 10 seconds. The thing is, like before, when we had the graphics card plugged in, if I did that, it immediately, like as soon as it touched the two cables, it turned off. So it wasn't some like not posted state. But now, if I touch them, it stays on. So now it's, I think, okay. It just doesn't output video signal. I have to hold them together. And then it turns off. So let me just quickly put in the RAM stick and see if we get the same result. If yes, I'm pretty sure that the HDMI capture device is the problem. Double check this like properly. Seated. No, and I could have cut power, but you know, who needs to cut power? Let's see. Let's give it like 10 seconds. Okay, now. Yeah, it's the same thing, so. It's fine. So I'm a bit confused why it says DRAM yellow. But then I would just say, let's call it a day. I mean, we put everything together. The only thing that we need to do next time basically is the outer panels. I really hope we would get to that, but So the outer panels will get the wood look. I tried to print the second one until then. And yeah, I would just need to see, like, there are plenty of stuff or things to improve. We need to do the power button, which also will take a second because we add like custom RGB LEDs and everything. I also wanted to add like maybe like an underglow setup thingy similar to what we had on the printers. Because like the mainboard can control like the same like LEDs, so it will be fun. Stuff like that. But yeah, step one is get it to work. And now actually I just want to try one more thing. Like, did I add enough clearance? Yeah, it's barely enough for a HDMI plug. Because like the plug goes to the bottom, right? So it's just enough clearance for a normal HDMI plug. So that's good. Cool. Yeah, then I would say success-ish. Let's see. And tomorrow I'll check the real display and I'll just make a YouTube post how it turned out. Cool. Thanks for tuning in, everyone. This was a really long one. Yeah, 5 hours almost. So happy with the progress and see you next week. Have a nice evening. Bye.